Doo-doo-doo. What? Oh, fuck. Hello, Real Madrid? No, it's just a normal Adidas t-shirt. Nothing crazy. What is the film now, officer? I mean, I did do that. Is that a different line? I mean, that's where we are, right? Now go to definition. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, maybe it's a schema thing. Do they have errors? Has format. Oh, sweet. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. I guess we can give to diagnostic whether we're in an LSP or not. Yo, hey Josh. Yeah, I'm now unemployed and programming out of my mind. What are you working on? Hello, Silverbug. Oh no. I see. Whoa. Intense. Well, so you really regained your love for the zip file format, huh? um mm, 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 mm. Oh, we still have the problem. No field name FMT in Ziggy diagnostic error, but here it is schema diagnostic. Why do we say that error doesn't have an FMT? Because because they never saved this fucking file. That's why. Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. So the one argument found two. Huh. The spec file, the zip file spec is really interesting. Did you know that it's both public domain and also reproduction of the doc is strictly prohibited? What? What? How did they get in that situation? Like, do you have a link? Maybe a link that does not reproduce the doc? No, I'm joking. I don't care. But what? How? I mean, I guess they state in the document itself that reproduction is prohibited, and then that version of the document became public domain. We're passing a second argument here to 3, which I guess doesn't need any. Sounds good. Yeah. Okay. So I'm upgrading everything to 0.15 post WriterGate because I want to port everything to the new IO stuff as soon as it becomes, usable enough. And I have a ton of printing in my programs. God damn it. Or at least, not in all my programs, but Zine specifically does a ton of printing. You could argue that that's mostly what it does. And yeah, everything needs to be moved over. So that's what I'm working on. I'm just grinding through it. Other than that, I have to... What do I have to do? I have to look into writing a GitHub Actions bot. Not looking forward to that. Then, yeah, I think that's mostly the kind of stuff. Upgrading stuff to latest breaking changes, you know. What we call a Tuesday in Zigland. Do you live stream coding when you need motivation? That is a good question. I would say not entirely, because when you need motivation, you're not gonna have the motivation to do the stream, I feel like. Or, at least in my case, maybe different people live this stuff in a different way than I do. But generally, I feel like that live stream requires a baseline amount of energy. And if you don't have that, you're not gonna be able to stay on stream. Or at least I won't. So no, I don't know. I just live stream because I have the energy to live stream, and so while I'm doing this stuff, I'm gonna live stream, and that basically makes it so that while I'm doing this work, I can chat with people, and if anybody has questions, we can chat about this stuff. Also, I don't know if you followed along what happened like a couple days ago, but we published a blog post about the new Async IO stuff, and man, people were where, how can I say, people just do not understand async. I wish I could say this in a better way, but there were so many comments that made no sense. And it's surprising and a little bit disappointing because, you know, people don't know anything about, I don't know, some complicated low-level thing. They don't know anything about how to do lowering to x86-64. Fine. Not many people know about that. So, but it is a hard concept, but it is, that's what people do a lot of. Like, people actively do spend time doing it. At some point, you need to understand it a little bit better. And if you read the comments on Hacker News, it's all over the place. Not only that, but also one part when I was writing the blog post that I found disappointing is that even the terms used are, I feel like they don't have good definitions. They don't highlight the things that they should highlight. And at some point I was having trouble expressing the concept of, like, the difference between saving two files in parallel, which can be done in any order, or first one and then the other, and it doesn't matter. So basically these are two things that you can do in any order that you want, versus starting a server and also then starting a client that connects to that same server. While in the second case, it is concurrency. Well, the point, sorry, is that I'm not going to use these terms. The point is that in the second case, you can't really reorder things much, but more importantly, they need to overlap. The core difference is that these two things need to overlap. They need to be executed at some point at the same time, at least logically, because the client needs the server to be still up for it to connect correctly. And so that's different than writing two files in whatever order. But normally you just have the async keyword and you don't have much else other than that. Or rather, maybe you have other operators, but they don't highlight the clear structural difference between these two different things. That's part of it. Okay, I can go through it if you want. Oh, sorry, I should say maybe I can go over it. So here's the idea. Okay, you want to start the server and then you want to connect the client to the server. This has two problems. One is that, or rather, actually, let's step back. Let's say that you want to let's say that you want to write two files, save A and save B, just to make sure we agree on everything. So you want to write two files, and you don't care about in which order this happens. And if you think about it, like a multi-threaded implementation could very easily say, oh, this call to io.async spawns a thread, but that thread gets parked for some reason right away. And then this second call spawns another thread, which runs to completion. And maybe after that, maybe even after some time, only then this second thread is woken up and scheduled and executed because the OS decides to do that for no reason, for no apparent reason. This would still be correct. So my point is that in my mind, you should think of async as an operator that doesn't say anything about concurrency. It says only something about asynchronicity. So it says these two things can happen in whatever order, and it's still going to be fine. Before you do this one, before you do this one, before it's fine. You do a bit of this one, and then you do some of this one, and then you complete this one, and then you complete this one. It's fine. Like whatever combination of progress. Yeah, good, nice. But then in other programming languages, usually you also write the same thing for expressing this structure, which in my opinion is different. So let's get out of the way the very basic gotcha, which is very simple actually. So the very basic gotcha is that here the problem is that given that you don't know anything about the ordering of these things, if you first, like, the idea here is that you start a server, so you're opening a socket server, and then you want also to connect to it within the same application. So the problem is that if you write this, there's a problem because if the unfortunate scheduling happens here, then you have the client that tries to connect to a socket that hasn't been opened yet. So that's unfortunate. So the first problem here is that you actually need to make sure that you at least have started listening to the socket before you can attempt to start the client. So this is this part here. Basically, you need to split start server in open server socket, and I didn't say this explicitly, but you basically need to. Well, I said start accepting here, so that's what should tell you that this is good. This goes up to the way, all the way up to listen, and then we start asynchronously only accepting on that socket, which makes sense, right? Because if you assume that the socket is already open and this thing is only accepting on that socket, then it's fine for us to attempt to connect first and then accept second. That will still work, so it's fine. So this is problem number one here. You need to basically split up start server into two stages. And there's plenty of ways in which you can do it, but I showed one way of doing it down here. So this is the first problem. But then there's a second problem. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I call this start accepting. But yeah, I didn't say this too explicitly. I know. That's on me. Okay. So this is problem number one. But problem number two is that here there is a different structure. This is not the same as save file A and save file B, because here running start server to completion before running start client is wrong. You can't do that. That's not what you want. Here you want the server and the client tasks to be run concurrently. That's the word. So you want them to be run logically in parallel. And so this is a different structure of computation, and so that's why we have async concurrent, because with io.async, the idea is that since we also want to be able to run this stuff in blocking mode, the idea is that this should still work in blocking single-threaded mode. Like you first save file A completely start to end, and then you save file B start to end, and that is still correct. Like io.async is expected to allow you to express this. So first thing happens to completion, and then after that, second thing happens to completion. So down here, you can't do that. Also because the start server is potentially going to stay open. Let's assume that it waits for one connection, and then after he handles the connection, it dies. So this is going to stay open forever, waiting for a client that will never come, like it's waiting for Godot or something. So what is my point? Well, my point is that you need a different operator if you want to correctly express that. You basically need to make sure that this is not just something that happens in whatever order with respect to this, but you also need to guarantee that this will not block execution, that this will run concurrently with the rest of this function. And so that's what async concurrent does. Now, originally, when I was writing this blog post, in my mind, I assumed that concurrency didn't imply, how can I say? Well, I was using words in a different way, because if you look at definitions out there, they don't seem particularly useful. But for the purpose of this blog post, and in my opinion, everything Zig related going forward, the definition should be this. You call async, by the way, the function is called async. So what does async give you? Concurrency? No, it gives you asynchronicity. So async is used to say things can be run out of order. But then if that out of order implies the necessity for things to also overlap logically, then you need to use async concurrent. In practice, what does it mean? That in a blocking, in let's say blocking but multi-threaded, in blocking multi-threaded, async concurrent guarantees that this gets scheduled on a different thread. io.async doesn't have try, because io.async has always the possibility of saying, look, I don't have, like let's say that it's a thread pool. io.async can maybe sees that there are no available there are no threads available in the thread pool, so it has the option of running the function right away. That's why it doesn't have try in front of it. So because of that, async concurrent, and so that's a problem, right? Because if io.async decides to run start accepting on the same thread, then we've broken this logic. So io async concurrent can error out because it can fail to, it might run out of resources, like run out of threads in the thread pool to run this as a separate thread, but at least it guarantees that you don't get any deadlock. And also it documents a requirement that otherwise would be left undocumented. More specific, okay, what you describe as blocking more specifically here would be that io.async decides to immediately invoke the function. So let's assume that this is a thread pool implementation. io.async could decide to immediately run the function on this thread. I can show you actually the source code that does that. Let's see if it's in here. Oh, you know what? This one does not do that, I believe. Give me a sec, because I don't remember where it's implemented. I don't think it's in here. It's not the interface that does this decision, that makes this decision. I might be wrong though. Praised, blah 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 blah. Future undefined. Yeah, it just goes into the table. Okay, let's look at the other implementation. Event loop. Because one of these guys does that. One of these guys. Yeah, there we go. Look at this one. Okay, so this is the green threaded implementation. So the green thread implementation of IO tries to allocate a new fiber, and if it fails, it doesn't error out because async is not allowed to fail. What it does, it just runs the thing right away. So but the problem is that if you run the thing right away, then until that's done, you're never going to execute what's next in the original function, right? You're never going to start the client. You will be stuck running the server. And that is what is wrong. So this is what async concurrent prevents. Would it be possible to not yield control flow from start server until the listening was complete? No, you don't decide when to yield control or not when IO is involved. It's the IO implementation that decides for you. It's not, well, I mean, it is cooperative, but it's not cooperative, or rather, it can be cooperative, but it's not cooperative in your code. It's in the IO implementation, you don't decide how to drive that, which is good because your code shouldn't, how can I say, because it allows you to write things not in async mode, and those would still work correctly in async mode. So that's a key aspect of that. So because of this, if this was just io.async, it could run it immediately and then get stuck there forever and never reach here. And that's a problem because these are two different computational structures. And so the terminology is asynchronicity means that you can, let me use the verbiage that I use specifically, the possibility for operations to happen out of order and still be correct. But that does not imply concurrency. Concurrency means that they are running logically in parallel. And this requires logical parallelism, while save file A and save file B does not require logical parallelism. It only gives you an opportunity for exploiting the fact that this can be run out of order, but it doesn't require that. And so people usually just say concurrency, and so they like when discussing this with Andrew, the terminology that he was used to was, oh, this expresses concurrency but doesn't require it. And to me, it makes no sense, because if you think about it, to me, the best definition of concurrency is logical parallelism. By the way, I wasn't precise with this new terminal. Like, I did not use this new definition everywhere in the blog post. In the beginning, I used the normal definition that that everybody uses for concurrency, because I didn't want to surprise people with weird definitions right away. But going forward, I think we should do this. Asynchronicity means any order is fine, including non-overlapping ordering. So first we do save A, then we do save B, but also first we do save B and then we do save A. But concurrency means that things need to be run in parallel. Maybe not really in parallel, like in multi-threaded parallel, but at least in like, well, evented when you keep jumping from one thing to the other, that kind of parallel, which I think should be called concurrency at that point. And so this seems a useful usage of these terms. All other definitions seem so fucking weird to me. Yeah, there's also implementation deficiencies. Yeah, for sure. There's also that, but yeah, I get it. Still, I guess knowing how these things are implemented helps a lot, doesn't it? I guess also that's probably true in general, not only of this stuff. So that's the idea. What's funny is that async concurrent became a thing as I was writing this blog post. So Andrew hadn't implemented it, and he didn't think that this was like he didn't implement this as a primitive, and me neither. I was really aware that there was a necessity. And I remember this use case. Like, I remember this as to me, in my mind, this is like the most clear-cut example of where doing things, where messing with what async means can break this code. And this is actually an example that I had in also the older version of this, the colorblind async await. So this is what I wrote for the first async and await thing. I think I had an FAQ at some point. Let's see. Yeah. So all async application can be made blocking just by flipping a switch. No, there's plenty of applications that need evented I/O to behave correctly. Switching to blocking mode without introducing any change might cause them to deadlock. Think, for example, of a single application that acts both as server and client to itself. So I was aware of this problem also in the past, but I didn't fully think through the primitives because I couldn't, because previously async and await was tied to coroutines. Or rather, maybe I could have made the jump, but I don't know. I ended up not doing it. So what happened then is that when writing this blog post, I was thinking of sorry, I need to fetch this link. It was a comment on lobsters by Matt Clad. Let me see if I can find this stuff. There we go. Copy link. So Matt Clad was making this comment where he understood what the cool stuff about Zig was. Like, he was super on point. Good overview. There's one high level thing that I want to add here. It's worth making a distinction between programming model and implementation strategy. For example, Go's programming model with Go routines and channels is supported by green threads in a Go implementation and by OS threads in the GCC Go implementation. Similarly, modern Java has a single programming model, but lets the user choose between OS threads and green threads on a thread-by-thread basis. Rust has async await, uses state machine transformation in a compiler to make stackless coroutines as the implementation strategy, and allows users to choose between single-threaded or work-stealing executor. So you have to have stackless coroutines, and then you can only have, the only difference is, do you have a single-threaded event loop or a multi-threaded one? That does work stealing. So the big promise of Zig's new plan for async await is that there is a single programming model that can be supported by any of single OS, blocking OS threads, blocking IO or multiple OS threads, user space, green threads, and stackless coroutines, maybe. Although not, and then he says this, although not all algorithms work under all models, some need real concurrency to avoid in deadlocks, some rely on the absence of parallelism to avoid data races. The idea is that some concurrent algorithms do work under any model. And when I was reading this, I was thinking, yeah, this is true, but it shouldn't be true. Like in my mind, if you think about it, if you write a piece of code that only works in single-threaded mode, I mean, that's fine, but it's also, it could be made better. You could support multi-threading, with a comp time switch. So I'm not saying that everything necessarily needs to use mutexes also in single-threaded mode, but with a sprinkle of metaprogramming, you could also adapt it to work to multi-threaded, and that seems to me a good thing to do, not too hard. And in general, something beneficial to do, like something that I think we should strive for in the ecosystem. But then the same, in my opinion, should be true when it comes to async. And this point here, some need real concurrency to avoid deadlocks. I felt like this is something that you should be able to express. And so this is what basically birthed async concurrent. The idea that you write it in the source code, that you have this extra requirement. End of story. And so what previously seemed to be something that is, I don't know, maybe even not impossible to avoid, now it's something that not only can be avoided, but it can be documented in the source code. Like you can correctly, like once you identify that that async can also not imply concurrency, because you can do the inverse order but without any form of overlapping, then you understand better how to express these things. It's cool. Yeah, it's this is mind-blowingly good. This is gonna be great. I really think that this is gonna be great. But although most importantly, I feel like that this is nice and clever and cool to have. That said, I feel like that in practice, what really is gonna make a gigantic difference is that you can take normal, non-async code, like normal blocking code, and you can run it in an async application, and it's not gonna deadlock. It's not gonna have any problem. Sorry, not only deadlock, but it's not going to, cause performance issues, because the point is this. Here we're using io.async when we want to schedule things on another thread or with some form of parallelism. But if you write some code that is perfectly linear, like for example, even in this case where we are doing async, since we're going always through the IO interface, here's a file. It just looks like a linear blocking application, a linear piece of, well, it is linear. It is a linear piece of block, looks like blocking code, but it's not blocking, because here create file might suspend this coroutine. If it's a coroutine, it might suspend the green thread, I guess, or rather make another thread schedule, or cause this thread to sleep while it waits for the thing to return. So long story short, I guess my point is all the normal linear blocking looking code out there will work flawlessly in a non-blocking ecosystem, and it's going to be perfect. I think there's surprisingly there is a good write-up on this on Reddit of all places. Somebody really nailed this on Reddit. So Ichicomforter asks if this makes sense. Blah 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 blah. But then here's this reply. This reply is so good. So let's see. There's no such thing as a sync function or an async function. In Zig, this is like the key. This is what enables also this whole system. The idea that you don't mark a function as async. It's not a property of the definition. It's a property of the call that you make to that function. So here it's saying, look, you could call io.async foo and then await it right away, but then you can just call it immediately. And this works. And it makes sense to do, and so if you normally just want to call the function, you just call the function, but it makes sense to do an async call if you plan to do other stuff in the meantime. So you do async foo, and then you await that future after you're done doing the other stuff. But then you can also do other things. So here's another example that this person goes through. So here the person is saying, there's a print function that I guess all it does is just print. And then it says, well, okay, so I have foo that calls print twice with async, and this can be either, this could print AB or BA, and we don't know because these are asynchronous to one another. So yeah, this is foo that's calling async that's calling, sorry, print in an async manner. Then there's bar, and bar decides to call foo, but it doesn't have to call foo in any form of an async manner. It just calls foo, and then it calls print afterwards. And so you know that this will result in either ABC or in BAC. But you know that foo is only gonna return once it's done doing the print of A and B. And here you can see that that now we're basically calling foo in what looks like blocking manner, even though it's not really. You don't know. It doesn't, like it's not written in this code. In this code, this is not saying blocking. This is just saying synchronous. Right, this is saying that this has to happen first. This is like expressing ordering. It's not expressing whether it's blocking IO or not. And then there's another example, well, still related, where it says you have buzz, and buzz decides to call bar in async mode, and then also do something else in async mode at the same time, and then await both. And then here you basically can see that all these functions get called either in with a static ordering or with in asynchronous mode. You can keep jumping from one thing to the other, and it just works. So anyway, enough on this. Sorry, I've been going on and on a little bit too much. In any case, it's pretty cool. This is gonna be nice. People just do not think about async split away from the execution model. Yeah. Really interesting to be able to hijack the implementation to force everything synchronous for debugging. Yes, but I'll give you another one that is even more interesting. So if you use stackless coroutines, you don't have back traces. What happens in a program that uses async await is that you attach a debugger to it, and then, or not, well, the debugger is one example, or like you could trigger a panic at some point. So it's basically the equivalent thing. And what happens at that point is that you look at the backtrace, and the backtrace does not show you this. For example, let's say that you're running save data and then you panic at some point in here. You are not going to see the list of calls that got you into save data, etc. What you see is that the backtrace will show you that a thread was spawned and it was told to start running the event loop, or rather start running, like executing tasks from the event loop. And you see that at some point it picked up a task from here, maybe this thing, maybe one of these things, and then it was running it, and then it panicked in there because of bad data. Where was the data coming from? Like, where were we in the program? Which call to save file was this? Was it the first one or was the second one? Really hard to know. You can't see that from the stack trace because there is no stack, like, stackless coroutines. There's no stack, so there's no backtrace. Or rather, there's a backtrace, just not the one that you would like to see, because the logical sequence of things that need to happen for a async task to happen is not represented in the stack state at all, ever, at any point in time. So you need basically observability tools like tracing of some kind that basically can reconstruct this information for you using another tool. It's a mess. So what can you do? what you can do is that you switch from stackless coroutines to green threads, for example, and green threads do have a stack. And so you can see the stack at that point, and you can debug everything. Node.js improved upon this and can mostly reconstruct the correct call stack. That's nice. I mean, it's certainly a solvable problem. It's just a super annoying one, and you can have a quick and dirty solution by switching execution model. That said, you know, it is not guaranteed that your bug survives that transformation. Maybe your bug is only exposed because a particular scheduler is, you know, stressing one particular angle of your algorithm through its scheduling decisions. A different executor that does scheduling in a different way might not stress that same angle, and so it might be that you switch executor and the bug is not there anymore. So yeah, there's also that as a possibility. You could change the stack printing code to switch to the awaiter instead of the caller. Yeah, you could, because you have the awaiter. Yeah, that is one way in which you could implement something of that kind, huh? I saw some comments saying that the Zig IO has the function coloring problem because you have to pass around IO everywhere. I think my way of looking at this is that you can look at functional coloring in two main ways. One way, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna be pretty direct with the way I'm gonna describe this. One way in which you can look at it is as a tool for debating online, and so as long as anything can pattern match in your mind to function coloring, you can say, well, but that is function coloring. And so, you know, it's like high school debate club or whatever. By the way, we don't have those in Italy, so I don't even know how those look like in real life. But like, you're just debating for the sake of debating. Sure, you can do it. I think a more useful way of looking at function coloring is understanding what are the actual problems that come with normal async await. So the problems that come with normal async await are gigantic compared to having to pass a freaking argument everywhere. On top of that, I'll tell you another one. You know that we could implement the same thing also without the IO argument. It would be trivial. It would be trivial to have all this same exact system work without an explicit function argument. The only thing you would have to do is that you put it in a global variable and then you use the global variable. And then you might say, but wait, that's okay, but that's a hack or something. Well, not exactly. That's how it used to be before. Like before, when we had the first implementation of async and await, we had an event loop in the standard library, and basically every std IO function would be fed through the event loop, through functions in the event loop, to decide whether we were running the program in evented mode, and so it would actually be handled by the event loop, or whether we were running in blocking mode and it should be executed by the normal OS API, the OS syscall, like in blocking mode. And this all worked because we had a singleton instance of the event loop in the standard library that all the IO functions in the standard library were implicitly talking to, implicitly referencing. So the IO argument is not necessary at all. This whole exact same system could be re-implemented without the need of this parameter. It's an almost orthogonal design choice having the IO argument here or not. So like this whole thing literally means absolutely nothing. On the other hand, like, look at what people are doing with actual real function coloring and like how they're going insane. Let me see if I can bring up a couple of interesting examples. Well, let's look at asyncio Redis. So Python has Redis Py. Redis. Wait, they call it PyRedis in here, and then it's Redis Py on GitHub. No, this is another one. Is it just Redis? Well, I guess the package name is just Redis, and then Redis Py is the repo name. Okay, so so this is the Redis Py is the blocking client that everybody uses, and then there's for blocking IO, and then there's async IO Redis, and this one is also used for in async mode with the new standardized async IO stuff in Python called async IO. And look, maintainers needed. So they basically have a huge amount of duplication of effort, and this has caused this other library to need more maintainers because, you know, they need to write the same freaking thing twice pretty much. Let me see another example. Oh boy, do I have another example for you. So let's look at these other blog posts titled "The Bane of My Existence." The bane of my existence. Supporting both async and sync code in Rust. So long story short, this person is explaining, well, pretty much the same problems that we were talking about. Like, I want to make a library, but then I want it to work in both async and blocking and async mode, and it's a problem. So there are ways for you to call async code in a non-async context and block on it, but this whole thing sucks. Like it makes your application turbo janky. It's bad, like it's unergonomic, and it also makes the thing run in a janky mode. So it's really not an option. Then this person says, here's the other option, duplicating the crate. This is what we saw Python do. That's what Python did. So you can duplicate the crate, and then you have, you know, the sync version and the async version, and then users pick whatever they want. The problem is, how exactly do you generate both versions of the crate? And also, I don't know, maybe you can pull this off in Rust, but well, I guess maybe. In any case, how do you generate both versions of the crate? That's unclear. And so they made this thing called maybe async. Maybe async uses these delightful things in Rust that basically allow you to, it's like function decorators, but also macros all at once. And what this does is it turns your things into async or not async using macros. Like you basically, when this gets expanded into this, when the feature is sync is disabled, and it uses and it generates this thing when the feature is enabled. So it uses macros basically to take it off the async keyword and, you know, potentially also do other changes in the code inside. For example, it has to take away also calls to await, for example. But then it turns out that this doesn't work either, because there's another problem with how features work in Rust that makes this non-viable. And dude, this is function coloring. Like, this is function coloring, not passing an IO parameter around. If people are curious, I'm gonna share a link to this blog post. It's real. Let's see. I'm researching bugs in various zip implementations, and the Rust ecosystem has two implementations, one sync and one async, which gives me twice the work to do. There you go, delightful. Yep. That's nice. So, you know, you get to duplicate not only the effort of the maintainers, but also you get to duplicate the effort of everybody else who has to deal with the code. Yep. So this is a valuable way of thinking about function coloring. If you're thinking about it just because, you know, oh, this function has IO, this other function doesn't have IO, and now it's colored, it's like, I don't know. And then look, I don't know. Let's look at my code. I don't know. Look, this function has a parser, and somewhere in my code base there's a function that doesn't have access to the parser. Are those functions colored? Is this a red function and the other one is blue because it doesn't have a parser? And man, I don't know. And this one has a token and this one does not. Is this red because it has a token and this one is blue because it doesn't have a token? And what if it's like this? This one has a parser, this one has a token, but this one is missing the token and this one is missing the parser. And so now what's going on? Now it's rainbow color. What even is the point? Like, what are you trying to express? You're not expressing anything, or at least anything useful. So anyway, back to the grind for me. Resilient parser 609. What? It doesn't exist? Write byte n times? Oh no, this function was nuked. We don't have write byte n times anymore. Did it just get renamed? Let's look at IO, right? I'm gonna look at it in his other system. Oh, right. That is probably why it was removed, wasn't it? Well, no, but I mean, you would, maybe you could still have this function and then yes, you'll over it to Splat, but Splat is in the interface. So, you know, you can build whatever syntax sugar on top. And then that then calls the Splat thing. But that said, oh, there we go. Splat byte all. Yeah, that said, that it might have been that this has caused things to be renamed or moved around. Yeah, unfortunately, ZLS can't give me go to definitions because the code base is broken. And since it doesn't compile, it doesn't build successfully, then well, we'll get there, I guess. Things start to feel pretty perfect. Oh shit. I removed the extra arguments to this function call and now I added it back. And now I'm gonna have to add it back. Oh, that's on me. 1489. And I don't remember what it was here. God damn it. Let's a good look at the diff. I have, can I do GD pipe grep pretty? There we go. It's the last one. Well, I wish I had more context. Oh, but I do have more context. It's testing. Testing wants printing when checking for quality in a test. Cool. Nowhere else. Oh, wait, you know what? I can do watch. I forgot about that. Uh, missing start field LSP in schema. LSP schema. Then check 24. And now we have format specifier issues. For that, we need f reference trace. Okay, load file logic 70. Ah, there we go. Check resilient parser 135. Oh, 6. LSP 31. Ah, this is not it. What is it? Ambiguous format string. Oh no. Oh no, okay. Here. LSP 296. I think this should be or else return now, okay? Then 294. Load schema 31. Convert 20. Oh no, but JSON is mine. Convert JSON is mine. Yeah. So it's JSON 167. Okay, what is the most direct way? It's till and then curly. Okay. Uh-oh. Main 27. Is that panic? Oh yeah. No field or function name format in Zig.diagnostic. Check file. Check the Zig112. Vital diagnostic. Tag any type. Why is this any type? Schema diag in check. Oh, I guess I could have done go to references. It's a Zig schema diagnostic. Oh wait, it's not like it doesn't have format. I think this is saying it has a different signature or something. Wait, schema diagnostic does have format. It totally does have format. What are you smoking? Ziggy diagnostic has FMT, but schema diagnostic has format. So somewhere I'm feeding it the wrong thing. Check file 105. There we go. Yeah, this is a Ziggy diagnostic and we're calling fatal diagnostic on that thing. Ah, interesting bug that wasn't caught before because of my shitty code. So we need to call FMT on it. I don't remember what you have to give FMT. Just source. There we go. Where? 107. Okay. Now what's the next one? Check file 107. Oh, there was another one in here. LSP 296. What about it? Oh, Mm, what is the problem now? Global error set cannot cast into smaller set. This can only return out of memory. Okay. Error, expected type error write failed. And we got something else, the error set of AST format, which we don't know because it's inferred, but it's not an error that contains write failed, an error set that contains write failed. What is it then? So we try render, go to definition. What does, oh, 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 oh. Well, let's do it like this. So the reason why this is an any error is because this bad boy is recursive. And because it's recursive, it means that it can't have an automatically thingy error set. I mean, previously it used to be better or worse. You know what? I think we can do this now. So first of all, W is not any type anymore. Now it's a pointer to a writer. Second, this is error.write failed. And that's it. How do you like it? Except I found any error. Oh, I guess also the other functions are any errors, aren't they? Okay. Can it be like this? I think it can be like this. Unable to resolve the insert error set. Okay. Oh, come on. Tell me that it exists. Oh, it does. Writer.error. Delightful. There we go. One sec. Doorbell. I'll be right back. Okay, here I am. Hello, Blarket. Let's go. Can we solve the error set now? I think we can. FMT, CLI FMT 191. Wait, I went to the wrong diagnostic. What are we doing? Oh no, sorry, we didn't navigate there. Huh. Okay, what about it? Version has fitted 3 arguments, found 2. Oh, it's the other one. The one that I just fixed. Oh, it's an argument. Right. Okay, this one does not have this concept. But that was invoked from the CLI, so you know what? I'm gonna just say false. Does this make it happy? No. Okay. What? We built. We did it. Test? We still need to fix tests because they use other code paths. And we also need -f reference trace. Okay. Oh, file check type in a unit test. So this is not for LSP stuff at all. For sure. Okay. I don't know. It's on YouTube though. It's on the Zig Showtime channel. Okay. God damn it! There's no field name LSP. Oh, because this is the one that has mode or something. No. God damn it! All this work for nothing. The problem is that there are many different types of diagnostics, and so that's why I'm sometimes mixing them up. Oh, it's AST 675. No, this one though. Schema AST 675. Check type 3, 5, 9, and 18. This still resilient. No, it's recover AST. Are we still testing? Let's take out recover AST because I think the recover AST is just obsolete. What? Oh, it takes suggestion from that. Okay. Oh shit. Hmm. It is more error set. Look, Eritam. Oh, we're having the same recursive problem. This is recursive into other things. No. Function name format in Zig diagnostic. Yeah. Diag in this context is a diagnostic. There we go. How's Writer Gate going? Grinding it. Well, I ported over Super HTML, Scripty, Super HTML, Super MD. Ziggy is work in progress right now. After Ziggy is done, then Zine proper will remain, I think, which also has its own fair share of printing, but we're getting closer. We're getting closer to being done. Do you reckon you can get another millisecond down in Zine? I have no idea. I guess we'll see. Maybe. I guess we'll see once I'm done. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I need to make sure though that for once we start porting over Zine proper, we need to make sure that we do the right thing with these interfaces, like that we're not misusing them, because their usage pattern has changed slightly, and so yeah, we need to make sure that this is ported correctly, like that we adapt correctly and we don't misuse them. I guess this is the same line that needs to be fixed for every one of them. Is Zig Async IO just managed effects? Hmm. Now, I would say that Zig Async IO is bytes written in text files. How does that sound? So link up. The problem with these high-level descriptions, like manage effects, is that they mean close to nothing. Zig Async answers a ton of concrete questions in certain ways, you know, with trade-offs. So not necessarily saying that that these answers are perfect, but it finds a coherent design that is based on APIs that US gives you, execution models that you can make based on what the hardware and the OS give you. So it's a little bit more than whatever managed effects might mean. Oh no, my camera is flickering again. Interesting. So this is a problem that happens regularly. I wonder whose fault is this. If it's the hardware that's going crazy, what if I press this and then press this? Does it fix anything? Maybe. And so I have a piece of hardware that's going insane, pretty much. It seems. Zig Async IO kind of looks like if you took a monad. But what's the monad really? Like future? Is future the monad? Not really. I don't think it has all the properties that you have from a monad. Like you can't I guess you can technically wrap values into a future. You can use async to lift things into a future. But then there is nothing to really chain futures and do operations that automatically unwrap the future, perform the operation, and then rewrap it in a future. It's not a monad. You probably get monadic by passing it a monad as argument instead of marking the return value as monad. Your IO implementation is sort of a functor, and you list specific operations in there. I don't know. I'm not sure that there's enough metaprogramming logic in this stuff to fully qualify. In any case, it does what it needs to do. That's for sure. Okay, so type driven. Do we have any other places where we do this? No. This is app. Is there already a release date for the async stuff? No. 0.15 is coming out soon because LVM 20 is out, and by now they should be done fixing regressions that they have introduced with this new release. Because every new release of LVM, new regressions happen, and so we never switch to LVM. Like now it's LVM 20. We never switch to the 0.00 version. We always wait for the point something something because they need to fix their regressions. So I believe that now they're done fixing the relevant regressions, and so it's about time to upgrade. So that's gonna mark 0.15, and it's gonna be probably August, I'm guessing. Then the IO stuff will take longer than that for sure, and it's not gonna block the release. So it's gonna be probably 0.16 when this stuff comes. That's my guess. What is happening? Oh, right. Now I'm reading F reference traces when I shouldn't because they only contain references that I don't care about. Okay, let's see. Document 15. AST. We have a diff. No, wait, what? Success. But the diff failed. So this is showing off a diff in test type driven. Well, yeah, that's fine, but we still have an error. Is this from the watch or not? Just run tests. Yeah, okay, the only error is the diff. So we succeeded. Will there be another writer gate when async IO drops? Yes and no. The answer is no. There's not going to be a writer gate specifically because this new writer interface is the new writer interface that you're going to use. There will be changes though, like you now will have to accept an IO parameter to everything that wants to print. So you will have to do that work of wiring that argument where needed. So there's that. And I would say that there's also going to be another important thing, which partially is already present in WriterGate. Right now, since now the writer interface has changed. Previously, it was generic. Now it's runtime polymorphism. Buffering works in a different way now, etc. So because of all these changes, you need also to pay some attention and maybe even re-architect some of your code for it to make sense with the new system. And this is going to be even more true when the rest of the IO stuff lands. So there's going to be that as the necessary work. Isn't passing IO params equal function coloring? Sure. Also, passing database handles is function coloring. Passing, I have a parser in my code. If you have a parser, then your parser colored. If you don't have the parser, then you're, I don't know, green or brown or... You can put it that way if you want. It's not particularly useful. You're not really stating anything when you say that passing IO params equals function coloring. Okay, I'm done porting Ziggy. Success. We did it. Okay, zone file looks good. Exit from Ziggy. I also started some time ago my own solid state generator in Zig, and I really learned to love Zig. Nice. Zig allocators are function coloring. Yeah. I mean, you can consider coloring everything that you want, right? So, sure. Unfortunately, you know, what you do with engineering, and maybe even not just engineering, but like life more in general as a functioning human being, is prioritize and try to pattern match things where that pattern matching leads to a, you know, eventually applying applying desirable changes to your environment around you. And yeah, and saying that passing parameters equals function coloring, I have this feeling that it doesn't really is doing that will not allow you to cause any kind of desirable change to the ecosystem around you whatsoever. So sure. Okay, we are in Zine. We are finally in Zine. We need to fetch Ziggy. We need to fetch SuperMD. Let's update also SuperHTML. Doesn't hurt. Probably more needs updating. Oh, look, I still have the old LSP kit. Let's get the new LSP kit. Okay, so we have updated a bunch of our dependencies. Let's see how it goes. Do we not push Ziggy? Oh, maybe that's the one thing I didn't fix. I did fix it. Existing dependency is up to date. And then it tells me this. It means that somebody's depending on old Ziggy. Who's depending on old Ziggy? Well, it has to be SuperMD. Yeah. Oh, I didn't do this, I think, in Ziggy. Oh, I did. Okay. What else is there to update? I think everything else got updated. Let's see. Oh, I did have changes not committed. Okay. Okay. Oof, now we have to fix all the zine issues. Man. Okay, let's build. Watch doesn't even work because we poop ourselves in the build script, which fair. That is indeed fair. So woofs has issues. God damn it. Goddamn woofs. Why do we even need woofs? Right, because image stuff. Okay, so we need to go fix woofs. New tab. Uh-oh, we don't even have woofs. It's an older code base thing though, I think. Pass empty string. Can I translate C? Woofs translate C dot add module woofs. What? Creates a module from translate source file and adds it to the package module. Oh, it's like the inverse compared to what you do normally. Okay, so any problem? Oh, add library. Okay, builds. It forces you to have an IO implementation to use any async function. That is a complete misunderstanding, Phantom. Phantom. What you're saying does not apply to Zig in the least. You have to have an IO implementation, well, an IO interface, not an implementation, but an interface to do any IO, to do blocking IO, because from it, it's, you know, you want to do print, you do IO.print. Well, I don't know if you will do specifically IO.print, like if it's going to look that way, but like access to printing, access to standard inputs and output, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff will require you to have an IO, but it has nothing to do with async. In a perfectly normal blocking program, you will still use IO. That's where you get your stuff from. Just like right now, you get your allocation stuff from an allocator interface. You will use IO to get IO. But that is not necessary to do async. Like that is, how can I say, that is not tied to async. Yes, if you want to do async, you need to go through IO to do async. So it would be correct to say that if you want to call a function in async mode, then you need to have access to an IO interface. Correct. but there are no async functions. There are no intrinsically async functions in Zig, unless you're doing stackless coroutines, which are not even a thing that is currently confirmed. And that is like another kind of worms, but it has very little to do with the current model. Async is not a property or a function definition. Async is a property. It's a type of function call. On that topic, here's what I'm gonna do. We have a resource. Okay, what was I doing? So I was touching woofs. Woofs is okay now. Yeah, it's on my blog. If you haven't read these blog posts, then yeah, there is a ton of information in there about this new design. It's non-trivial, so read carefully. I wish I was able to explain it in fewer words more easily, but yeah. Okay, build script. I think we have trouble with our build script. Do we not? Add static library. Oh, so this is woofs, right? Zig fetch. Okay, now we have other problems. We have problems with scripty. Can we do scripty? Okay, so now scripty is fine. Next problem is flow syntax. Then mime, whatever you want to call it. Uh-oh, flow syntax is not updated for this. Maybe there's a branch. I'm going to check that later. Let's do mime. Mime seems also not updated. So are different IO implementation in the standard library yet, or is it only blocking? The standard library right now does not contain any of this stuff in master branch. There is a branch called async-await-demo that contains a POC of this stuff, maybe even more than just a POC, but it's not ready yet for general usage. And it has a thread pool implementation and a green threads implementation. The green threads implementation only supports x86. There's another branch called async-await-demo arch64 that should have code for green threads on arch64. So Linux, sorry, I should say also Linux. Linux arch64, Linux x86 64, and Linux arch, well, Linux ARM. ARM64, but that branch is not working because when Andrew was doing, because Jacob Lee told Andrew what are the clobbers to do stack switch, already what's the assembly to do stack switching on ARM, but then that caused a complaint from LLVM, too many clobbers. I don't know if that is that a limitation of LLVM, the too many clobbers stuff, or is it a limitation of our own stuff? In any case, something was complaining, okay, a limitation of 0. So something was complaining about too many clobbers, and so then that triggered the yak shave of turn clobbers into a abstract, so like changing how you express those things. And so now there is work being done, I think by Alex mainly, to have these this information in the standard library. Oh, Andrew did this to himself. Well, it happens, I guess. I've done so many things to myself with my code. Holy shit. In any case, so now this yak shave needs to, this yak stack needs to be popped a little bit. So once the clobber stuff is done, then the arch64 branch will support arch64 with the green threads implementation. And then after that, and then that gets merged into the async-await-demo branch. And so the async-await-demo branch will support Linux x64 and Linux arch 64. Then if somebody implements the macOS APIs, then it will also support macOS. I mean, the thread pool implementation works on macOS. Actually, will it work on macOS? Wait a second. Let me think about it. No, it won't. Wait. The stack switching code is not just architecture specific. It's also OS specific, right? So somebody needs to write stack switching for macOS. Nope. Are you sure? Okay, Jacob Lee is sure, so never mind. Then stack switching is not OS independent, so that means that the stack switching code will work also for macOS, but the OS APIs for async IO, for evented IO need to be implemented because on Linux we use IO ORing, on Mac we'll have to use KQ, I guess. And so somebody needs to implement KQ. So if somebody implements KQ, then we'll also support Mac. ARM Mac. I mean, by now probably shouldn't even be specified anymore, but ARM Mac to be specific. Or maybe also x86-64 Mac. I mean, I think that Zig doesn't support Intel Mac anymore for a variety of other reasons. But if stack switching is not OS dependent, then that also should work. So there's a few things that need to happen. We're getting there, but we're not quite there yet. Also, the rest of the standard library needs to be updated to this new design and redesigned in part, because this new I/O stuff has a bunch of very big changes. Good ones, but big. Do I have my own fork of Mime? I think I do. I probably do. Oh, I'm 2 commits behind. Andrew made a release. Updated a bit, but okay, so I should probably fetch from origin. Okay. So origin is me. Git remote add upstream Andrew Rock Andrew RK. What's Andrew RK? Andrew RK slash min.git. Then git fetch rebase. No, git pull rebase upstream. They did not specify a branch. Main. Okay. I think this is it. This is the only change necessary. Okay, back to Zine. We fetch from me. For the O interface, I guess, does the O interface solve all the bring your own OS stuff that was removed a few releases back? It should. I think there are some discussions that need to be added exactly to what degree it needs to be pervasive, because it doesn't do everything that the OS does. It does a lot, but it doesn't do everything. So I would say maybe it doesn't solve everything, but it solves a lot. That's for sure. And the bring your own system, like the bring your own OS stuff, is right now not at the at the top of the list of priorities when it comes to design. Obviously, the async design, the efficiency of these interfaces and how everything is implemented, and or even just making it work, that is the top priority. The aspect of bring your own OS basically is almost entirely, I think, based on the problem of how many responsibilities do you give to the IO implementation. For example, should IO worry about should IO take charge of syscalls that aren't blocking? If the answer is no, then that syscall will not be inside the O interface, and so bring your own OS will require some other mechanism to be implemented in that some other way. But but I would say it's at very least a step towards that direction. Even in its current state, it would allow you to reuse a ton of functionality from the standard library right away. Okay, so we fixed mime, and so now we're happy. We are less happy with flow syntax. We are less happy with cbor, nv. Nv, we don't know what it is. But it is something that has a build. Wait, we don't know what it is, but it has a build.zig? That's not good. So if this thing has a build.zig, we should know what it is. God damn it. Is it 3-seater? It is. Give it a zone file. Ah, whatever. Okay, in your side, do you happen to have this stuff ready, or in a branch or something, or are you waiting? Oh, you have 0.13 in a branch, but you don't have more than that. It shouldn't be that bad though, I think, because this stuff probably doesn't require much change. You know what? Maybe I can send you a PR. Okay, I'll send you a PR, and then I'm gonna use the PR in the meantime. Okay, so we have to do 3-seater, cbor, and flow syntax. Let's go yak shading. Me and origin. Okay. Should we? I mean, there's no point in starting this. Never mind. Let's keep pushing on the stack. Git clone neurosite. -seater. Fail to check cache. Oh shit. This is a git submodule moment. Oh, that's why you didn't give it a zone file. Is that it? Oh no. Okay, one step at a time. You have a root module. What is the problem then? I don't understand what was the problem here. But you know what? Here's how we can figure it out. We do this. Okay, we keep this here. Okay, that was a super easy fix. Ah, that's unfortunate. But wait, well, I guess we're gonna see then now how this goes. Can you update in Flow the dependency or in Flow syntax the dependency on three-seater? See what the problems are. B graph host doesn't exist anymore. No, target doesn't exist anymore. Oh, right. Oh, with this it builds. So if you fix Seaboard, like these are very simple fixes. You just need to do the module stuff in your test executables. Yeah, this was all very minimal. Like, it's not even worth me sending you a PR. It's probably faster for you to do it yourself at this point. Thank you. Okay, let's see how this goes. Okay, so yeah, I really think that this is easy stuff. Do. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, you have look. You only have to move these things. Like this is a missing create module. You have a missing create module in Cbor, a missing create module in Flow syntax, and if you just do this, you should be good. Oh yeah, in fact, these are not really complaints about stuff. These are just notes. Oh, and then there is a add static library. There should become a add library. And then I have AFL++ also. Do I have a direct dependency on AFL++? Really? No, it's just my AFL kit. Yeah, it should be very easy. Const out options contents writer except one argument found 0. Build.zig. Deprecated in favor of print. Or SCDO writer allocating. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you very much. Um, mm, mm, mm. How do you do options.print then? Maybe, maybe not. Print type, print this, print that. Wait, what? Oh, options.contents, I guess. Dot print. Oh, because contents is an array list unmanaged. Oh, and it supports print. Oh, it supports print directly. Okay. There you go. Jesus. Let's see. Question. I'm importing my code to the new writer gate changes. Yes. Is a string delimiter the replacement for read until delimiter? Yes, I believe so. Yes. I think the difference is that read until delimiter had a max read value, which like yeah, a max value, which string delimiter does not have, I believe. But that's it. But I think that I wonder if you can set that limit on the writer. In any case, that there's like I think that is a minor difference, but other than that, it should be the replacement. Okay, so we have this error inflow syntax. We have these. I think we have this minor stuff. Once we fix, once NeuroSite fixes us that minor stuff, and we can fetch, we should be done with the build script step, and we should be able to now get into the weeds of fixing actual zine code. Lots of fun. Hmm. And this is gonna be an adventure. We have so many files, and every single one of these goddamn files wants to do printing and stuff. So here's what we can do in the meantime, though. Let's look at Ziggy, which we fixed, and it works, and it builds, and everything else. But let's do rip grab. Actually, no. Let's open Helix, and then from Helix, we do project-wide search, and we search for any type. And let's look at all the instances of any type. These are pretty much all of them. Well, maybe not all, but most of them are actually writers. I think this was never used because this would need to be an F now. Do we break something? Did not. Okay, so we can push a better Ziggy. A more cleaned up Ziggy. Includes on top or bottom. I tried them on bottom a little bit. Mlag in the core team loves them. I prefer them at top. For me personally, I like the idea that you see first what the symbols are supposed to mean, like the context. Like here, I can see what these things are gonna be, and I get an idea that when I see, maybe these ones don't seem particularly surprising, but for example, I have in Ziggy, I have two types of diagnostic struct and two types of AST, one for the Ziggy language and one for the Ziggy schema language. And so when I'm in a file and I see, let's see, I'm in a file and I see that there's an AST somewhere, it's nice to know where it's coming from. Well, this one doesn't say you right away because it's, I mean, it's using a relative path, so it's scoped in here. But you know, maybe there's a different file like I don't know, LSP logic, and then you want to know where certain things come from, and so it's nice seeing this stuff at the top, at least for me. But I can see that for somebody who maybe, I don't know, is more easily able to understand where symbols are coming from, maybe it's less important and so they care less, and then they prefer putting the boilerplate at the bottom. That seems reasonable as well. Yeah. Warning, the stream's current bitrate, 3 megabytes, is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend that you use a stream bitrate of 13,000 kilobytes per second. But man, most of my screen is not even moving. I don't think that bumping up this stuff makes any difference, honestly. Do I even have the option? I think I do. Yeah, whatever. Okay, let's go improve SuperMD. Have SuperMD in here. I don't think that this should be like this. Am I going insane? Is this an insane thing to do? Honestly, this does not seem a bad idea to me. I'm gonna do it this way. And from STD, we also want... what am I doing? Okay. So replacing any type with writer is for 0.15. Yes. Something happened called Writergate that if you're not familiar with, like if you don't know anything about, it will be the big surprise of the next release, where basically all the writer and reader interfaces have been changed significantly, and they're not generic anymore. Now it's just a normal type. As you can see, I'm not using any type anymore because I'm not accepting a generic parameter anymore. And also the functions available on them are kind of different for a big variety of serious reasons. So big changes are incoming to IO, and they're annoying. I can tell you they're annoying because you will have to rethink certain things, and you will be forced to face new questions that you weren't asked that you weren't forced to think about before as much. But you know, the upside is that if you survive the process, your things should become more efficient, maybe. Okay, so Ziggy is happy, Super MD is happy. Let's do Super HTML. Okay, any type? What's the last one? AST gen. Is this chat doing anything? What do you mean? What do you mean with is this chat doing anything? Let's see. I've been very impressed with Zig lately. Took me some getting used to the memory model, but passing allocators around quickly becomes second nature. Yeah, it's nice. Do. My iOS Android app is now fully Zig. Interesting. Does it mean that you have like you have the boilerplate in a more native platform native language, and then you immediately use FFI to launch your stuff and have a rendering context, and you just render your own UI in there? Or are you doing anything fancier than that? Oh, the sync source stuff. Man, I remember that discussion. I don't know. Actually, not necessary. It seems that we're done. No more any types. Do we build? No, we broke something. Let's see what we forgot to do. What did I do? Accepted type star, you're the writer, found generic writer. Oh, Jesus, in LSP229. Okay, so this code needs to be updated. You see, by changing the any type stuff, we're starting to catch these errors. Also, that's nice. Let's see. On a side note, I keep hearing people mention that ArrayList unmanaged will replace ArrayList. Is that true? Yes. Is that in the near future? I believe so. It has already started, but it's soon gonna happen. So no more containers that capture the allocator in the standard library, but you will have to pass it. You will have to pass the argument around manually. That said, nothing can stop you from making your own wrapper around ArrayList if you want to. Like you can still do that same thing. It's just gonna be something that you do on your own, and not something that the standard library does automatically for you, basically. So it's less convenient, but in general, you will find that it doesn't make a huge difference storing the allocator inside of passing it around. That said, when you do the refactoring, you need to be slightly careful, because if you are in a function that has two different allocators or something like that, like there is I would say that when you're writing code, it's not very likely that you're gonna use the wrong allocator. It can happen, but it's not super likely. But it is a little bit more likely when you're doing refactoring, because in a refactoring, you're not really thinking about it too much. I guess it depends on how you do the refactoring, but like in my case here, I'm not thinking too much about things. I'm just turning compiler errors into edits that silence that compile error. So you might make the mistake. That said, it's something that you will catch very easily. If you have even just a single test that exercises that code path, it will error out right away. So there is no doubt there. I got my game down from 200 megabytes to 150 just by making the switch. There we go. Yes, that is the real reason for that change. And holy shit, if it's 50 megabytes of memory that you're saving, you must have quite a few array lists in flight, huh? Yeah, exactly. That's the only case. Usually, maybe you have like an arena and a GPA, or two arenas, one more temporary than the other. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of situation where you need to be careful. That's it. Okay, so take the limiter exclusive. Don't, but be careful, because if you use take, look at what take does. Take returns you a slice to the internal buffer, but it also considers that slice not available anymore for local buffering. You're like stealing basically that sub slice. That's why it's called take. And there's actually, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's steal and I'm confusing it with take. But regardless, make sure to read the documentation and take a peek also at what the implementation does to make sure that that is exactly what you want. Because there's a ton of new functions that do nuanced things, and if you don't pay attention, miss out on the nuance, then you you might get yourself in a situation where it seems that the API almost does what you want, but not quite, and then you feel like hacking around it, but you shouldn't, because you should have used something else in the first place. That kind of stuff. Okay. So here I have an array list and I'm making a writer, but we need to update everything to the new version. So this is an allocating writer. Oh, take means that the return value is only valid until the next call to any take function. Okay, so it's not the stealing one. I guess it's called steal. In any case, yeah, there's this nuance. So I guess if you're doing something nuanced, so as Jacob Lee was saying, if you only need those things, those bytes up until the next call to stream, then you should be, or take or whatever, then you should be good. Otherwise, you need some allocating writer or something like that. I would say it seems to me that writer allocating is it's basically what replaces what you would do earlier with what you would do in the past with an array list. We probably do this also elsewhere. I would not be surprised if we do this stuff. Yeah, there we go. Array list unmanaged from owned slice. Okay. Oh, but here we're not. We're actually using an array list as an array list. Okay, we're not printing into it. Okay, it seems that this file might be okay now. Next problem. stdio null writer. Expected type IO writer found generic writer. Oh. In faz.zig. Null. Fading. Discarding. Wait, discarding, but then it wants a buffer. Drain. Send file. Um. Okay. Let's see. Is the async await the last huge breaking change that's on the horizon right now? Yes. I've been holding off on custom writer implementations. This can wait until the end of the year. Well, know that the writer change that you see right now is not going to change once everything comes in. Like how can I say? Basically, what you're getting right now is a preview of the new, is a partial preview of the new API. So doing work right now to upgrade your writer and reader interface is not wasteful work. You want to do it so that you have to do less work afterwards. So this would be my recommendation. Of course, you can wait more and do more, but you know it can get lonely when you have a very long list of compile errors and you know it takes and then you're like it's been hours that you've been editing a project and compilation, like a successful build, is nowhere in sight. Also, it allows you to do early some redesign work when it comes to your usage of this stuff. So keep that in mind. Okay, so this has been done. Let me see, what other projects do I have where I could do this thing? Scripty maybe? No, Scripty is fine. I guess I can do it in Zine, even though it doesn't build. This is the kind of change where you know you can do it. Well, yeah, I have my own fair share of any types. Hello, Rakshit. This function takes in both a reader and a writer. And this is interesting because this is a candidate for streaming of some kind, maybe, which right now we might not be doing in an optimal fashion. I rewrote my parser to take advantage of the buffering reader. Well, you could have done that before. Like if you have a parser, you should have used a buffered reader in the past. But if you haven't, then yeah, now you can do it that way. And buffering makes a gigantic difference in performance. This is calling out. It's an array list to owned slice, render slice. This is rendering. Oh, this is rendering in memory. Interesting. Yeah, I think this thing has to work this way. Well, we'll fix it once we get there. Oh, new flow syntax. Let's go. Okay, I'm gonna do the any type stuff and then I'm gonna start doing the main work. Thank you very much, Neurosite. Thank you very much. Oh, this is gonna be painful. I was using the format string in here, in this case, and now it's not there anymore, so I'm gonna need to move that information somewhere else. Oof. Thank you, Neuroside. Okay. Next, any type writer. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum. Ba-bum. Okay, let's see if we can Zig build watch. Missing opening curly. In build a Zig 192. Oh yeah, I turned this into a pre into deny. Uh, Scope's content print, but FMTID. Doesn't this need some curlies around it? Am I going insane? Okay. Probably not compile errors. Let's go. No! There's one last problem in flow syntax. What? Built-in calling convention has no member name.c. Because it's lowercase c, I think now. Let me see if I can test this locally. I think it's lowercase c. Okay, no, almost. What? Right. There's also this stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's more changes than what I originally envisioned. But I can make a PR for those. Okay, so this is woofs though. Do I use local woofs? No, I don't. Wait, this is woofs? No, these are separate problems. No. No, never mind. This is a node. Never mind. This is me. Yeah, okay. I think maybe this is it. Everything else is mine. me using the API is wrong. Okay, woofs.zig error. Expected type mem alignment. So let's fix woofs. Oh, no, this is local code. This is not, this is my code. Oh, God. Okay, exit. Woofs, what? 194. Max online. How do you express max alignment? Okay. Hmm. Um. Last speaker. Current working directory. Buffer picker. Here we go. SCD-mem alignment. 2 byte units. I should have mentioned I renamed a few symbols in Flow syntax. I added the static underscore to the names because Flow now supports dynamic runtime configuration of file types. Understood. Cool. Thank you. Two byte units. Work here. Well, there we go. We're already seeing that. Get by name. Is that prefix? Yes, that looks like a prefix. Static get by name, maybe? No, there's no static get by name. Okay, so we need to figure out what get by name has become. Do. Oh no, so it is a suffix. God damn it, you you tricked me. What's the question here? Expected two arguments found 1. Data type. Oh. like this. Exception type function, blah, 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 IO writer, error, write fail, void found. Yeah, something slightly different, didn't you? um, Shit. Shit. Okay, so this is a situation. This is an annoying situation where I'm gonna break logic probably, because we were looking at the format string and we're saying if it's this or this, we have to assert. We were asserting that it was one of the two even, and because we use that as the separator. Okay, so what does it mean? That we can't use fmt alt anymore. Hey Giacomo, thank you for the raid. Hello everybody. Welcome to a very boring stream where I upgrade my code to the new version of Zig with all the breaking changes. So if you're a Zig dev, this is like high octane, hardcore Zig action. If you're not, this is gonna be a bit boring, maybe. So you're warned, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, so paths, concatenate, separator. Let's just call it sep. Although, you know what, it's more like a single byte basically. It's sort of okay. I'm gonna give it a byte, but this whole abstraction is kind of janky in general. This stuff in Z needs to be rethought a little bit. Okay, so this is gonna be it, and then pub function format. Takes itself and a writer. Ba-ba-bam. So here we do basically what we're doing here. This is actually the same function. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna rename this format. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna take this out. I'm gonna move this to the end of the function. And there we go. Now we have a format function, takes in format join, blah, blah, blah. So we assert that fj.sep is this or that. The separator is fj.sep. Okay. Then we don't have paths anymore. Guess we can regrab it. This is not used anymore. This doesn't exist anymore. We can go all on a single line. Okay, so this has been upgraded. correctly, this doesn't need a comma either. This needs to make a choice about the separator though. So this is where we put the choice. Okay. So back to changing things. Root. Okay, next. Error. Expected type out of writer found something else. Why do you do off byte? I don't know, because it's a bunch of bytes. You're right. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's less to type than... No, it's not really less to type. It's less uncomfortable to type than the other one, or to think about. I don't know. Site. What do we do in site? 140. Okay, so now it's time to wrangle all the printing code. So we have an array list. We grab a writer interface, we pass it to println prefix, and then we make a string out of it. Okay, so this needs to become pending writer. I maybe could even call it buff. Well, sorry, allocating writer. You know what? Also, let's pull writer in scope. Have allocator. Have log. This is from here. These guys are from here. Yeah. Okay, what were we doing? We were saying we have a GPA in here. Yeah, we do. And then we don't defer anything, and then we do writer. Get written. So these guys go away. And this is pretty much it. No other array lists in here, okay? No, in this case, I don't defer the init because I call it GPA, but it's an arena. This is all stuff running inside my scripty virtual machine language. So, so I don't free this stuff on the way out. Maybe I should. I haven't fully figured out how I want to do memory management for that thing for now. The idea is just every time you evaluate a script, you put everything in an arena, and then if you want to keep something around, then you copy that thing out of the arena, and then you reset the arena, or you don't reset the arena. One of the two. And so internally, there is no point in freeing things. And you're saying, well, then why are you calling your thing GPA, etc.? You're right. It sounds baity. It's because I didn't figure everything out while I was writing it, so I kind of decided I decided to do things that way at the end, and everything was GPAs still. So one day I'll look into this stuff more closely and confirm that that's what I want to do. Template. What is the problem here, officer? Why does generic writer still exist? For backwards compatibility, so that people that were using the old stuff don't get completely rug pulled. I believe there's no other reason. I think they are all completely deprecated and about to go extinct. So like if you have something that uses generic writer, I think on generic writer, you can do, there's a function called adapt to new API, I think. Let me see. Okay, generic reader, for example, it's deprecated, and it has adapt to new API. So you can temporarily call adapt to new API to the old stuff. Yeah. So then you get an adapter, and the adapter has the derp writer and the new interface. uh, I did not realize. I think somebody showed me that there was something called derp writer somewhere, but I didn't realize that this is where it was. Yeah, so my recommendation is, if you're not doing if you don't have something that is like ginormously integrated with the old stuff, don't bother with this. Just take the plunge, go the full length. Okay, template 39. What's happening there? This is not the right template. Okay, what's the problem? Oh, that's a note, right? Should look at error. Template, context template, 50. Okay, what do we got here? W.print. Oh shit. Oh shit. So this is a function that prints, but it expects to only return out of memory, because previously the generic writer that we were using was an array list writer, and that's the only thing that it would return, and that's what the only thing that we thought we would return. Yes, we can do this. And wherever we get called, we need to fix that. So we were looking previously at code that was calling into here. Now this can't be try, because I think that this is supposed to only return out of memory. I may be wrong though. This is not stating its return. Well, you know what? Something will complain once we get there, so that's fine. Age. Okay, let's do 1. There we go. Call conv, then serve. Oh no, what's going on now? No field name, reuse port, instruct, address, listen option. Okay, reuse address implies reuse port. Okay. Next. Type declared here. Excited type error. The reader found something else. Oh no! Who did the bad? WebSocket 103. But this is. Oh. 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 Ah, there we go. So this is what Jacob Lee was talking about, basically. I think I'm now experiencing it. So time for me to have a derp writer. So dot adapt to new API. And that gives me a adapter. Adapter dot new interface. I think this should work. There's no adapter to new API. What's it called? Adapt to new API. What did I do wrong? Adapt to new API. What am I doing wrong? In generic IO generic reader. Are we sure? Because stream gives me a reader, which is a generic reader. Oh, wait. Only writer has adapt to new API? Shit, only writer has adapt to new API. What do you do with reader then? What do you do with reader? Call any? There's type erase read function. This is the fact that this is last is interesting. Oh, but it's not even public. Okay, so any seems to be the thing. Then you get an any reader. But an any reader is still not something that conforms to the new API. Does this one have the adapter? It doesn't. Oh no. Oh no. Wait a second. What am I supposed to do now? I don't believe that Andrew somehow forgot to latest master has it. Oh, maybe I'm at an unlucky commit. It could be. It could be. So let's see how we do this. Ziglang website. We look at assets, download index.json. Oh, this is stuck to 621. Oh, I have to look at the file online. Download JSON version of this page. Yeah, and 1034 is the last one. Okay, so but the web page it should be falling behind. No, it's not falling behind. Okay, so this ended up updating. Oh, but it's been a few days. So what happened to our builds in the meantime? Did we... Actions? Are we failing to build tarballs? Oh wait, this succeeded 5 hours ago. We built all the tarballs. Oh no, but this workflow lasted not long because it means that we didn't find any new tarballs to build. Okay, not the end of the world. Here's what we do. We do Zig 1. CLS might not be super happy about it, but it's fine. Dude, where's my prominent compile errors? Error file not found. What? All the risk v timeouts are preventing the website from updating. Yeah, that might be it because we need green CI. So test CI needs to be green on the Zig repository. If test CI is green, that triggers a job that updates the JSON file. And when it updates the JSON file, then we trigger building on all the tarballs. So for example, so this is from master. Let's see what's running from master. What happened here? Did it get canceled? Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, precisely. Yep. The risky stuff is killing the production of tarballs. Because if you look at the workflow, the way it works is this. We do all the tests and then and then we don't do shit. Where's the other thing? CI. Wait, did I like look at it? Did I stare at the thing and did not recognize it? Let me see the source files. Workflows, CI. Okay, so we only have one workflow. Concurrency, permissions. Oh, I know why you don't see it here. Right. Because it's not done here. It's wait, how is this shit orchestrated? Wait a second. Yeah. So fine. So 15 hours ago, run on master only. Oh. Run on master only. And then it deleted everything. But wait a second. I'm starting to... I don't see how CI works right now. I used to know this stuff and then I forgot. Shit. I implemented this shit and I don't remember. So we have a bunch of scripts, but there should be something that only triggers. No, that's not how it works. I guess we need to take a look at what the website is doing. That is the only missing piece to the puzzle, I guess. What do we do here? Okay, update GitHub sponsors, not interesting. Test website, not interesting. Deploy, not interesting. This is literally just calling Zin build or something. Oh, well, Zig build somewhere new. Check mirrors, that's mlags stuff, not interesting. So we have build tarballs and then build comment. Let's look at build tarballs. So inputs, zig tag to build, zig booters branch, concurrency group tarball, and then it immediately calls build commit. There we go. Here's how it works. Here we use the GitHub APIs to see which was the latest successful CI run of actions on the main repository where branch equals master. We grab the latest successful run, pluck last successful run, and then we say, wait, did we build this one already or did we not? So yes, I wasn't seeing where this mechanism, I knew that this was the mechanism. I just couldn't remember where the mechanism was placed. And so this is it. So yeah, if you don't get green CI on the main repository, then you don't get tarballs for that commit. And yeah, we don't seem to be doing particularly good, do we? 4 days ago was the last one that had green CI. So all these new things don't work. Unfortunate. Well, I'm thinking that maybe at this point we could cancel. Like we could cancel everything until this one. But maybe not. I guess we can just wait and let it run. Oh, this one has wait, this one also has the CI stuff in it. But wait a second, why is risk V still here? Oh, Alex did. Okay, for some reason I thought that the comment from Alex was the last one, but it wasn't. Matcloud inline. What is this stuff? So wait a second. Let's look at what we have here. So we have risk V. Event name equals push. I guess this is just to test master. Yeah, I think this should be mentioned in the risk VCI discussion. Okay, whoa, watch when compile errors. Okay, now we're good. So no final memory function up to new API. Guess what? I bet you that I need to fetch. Wait, what am I doing here? Git pull. What am I doing? Git pull. Let's rebuild Zig. Okay, it wasn't that bad. Let's try again. Let's see how it goes with our new Zig. Let's see if Jacobly lied to us. What other readers do we have? Oh, wait. I might be doing something dumb. Wait. No, I am a master. Okay, for a moment I thought I was in a different branch. But I'm a master. So let's see. Error. Member function expected one argument found 0. There we go. Okay, so now we're in a better spot. Is there a way of telling ZLS that we want to use Zig 1? There must be a way. Okay, you can do this in the JSON one. Okay, in the JSON per build config. Let's see, the following option can be set per project basis by placing a zls.build.json in the project directory next to build.zig. If the path used to resolve built-in, if presently contains a list of user options to pass to the build. Okay, so these are not what we want. Basically, we want to change the JSON and have zig path in there and make that zig1. Yeah, I wanted to see all my options. Really? I have nothing in there? Um, I think all all the standard stuff is fine for me. So this was WebSocket. Okay, this is the new stuff. No, it's still 1034. Yeah, so ZLX is not picking that up. Tell me something. Okay, ZLS and yes. Oh, right. This is where it was. Yeah, I thought I did have one. Wait, really? And it's empty? That sucks. Matching or match selects, not, it doesn't select the quotes. Incredible. Oh, wait. That's a space problem. Application support. ZLS.json. There we go. I did have one. That's why matching or match wasn't working. Really? Hmm. Oh, right. It's slash users, Christoph Zig source. Stage 4, bin Zig. Huh? Library not loaded, libz3. Oh, right. This is an old one. It's build slash stage 3 slash bin slash Zig. Okay, yeah, it works now. Now it finds the right cd lib. Okay. Okay, read message. They want to make a reader from the connection. I think the connection needs to have a buffer. No definition found. Oh wait, is this immediately sending me to the new stuff? Use interface for portable code. Okay, so we're getting the new stuff already. I think. I'm not sure. Wait, what am I even getting? So I'm getting this reader here. And then I'm calling interface on it. But I can't call interface right away. Okay. Okay. Maybe this should be fine. Woof. What an adventure. Accept the type for non-const thingy, but it's const serve. Or we make it const and we put the buffer in here. Honestly, putting the buffer in here is not a bad idea. Also, that thing has a buffer and then we read our message in another buffer. This is a moment where we need to redesign our stuff, huh? 2096, we have this buffer. Let's do that. Connection unit wants us also to pass a pointer to it. We can make this const. We do go here, we take this out, we say that oh, there's a bunch of other problems. Here we don't do, we do oh wait, we do connection to buffs, but it works like this. Buff is provided by the caller. Okay, so we read messages into that buff. Let me do read message. Let's say that this read message takes in, does a reader stream interface. Oh, this is unfortunate because this needs to do some parsing, huh? Okay, no, I'm not gonna touch this code. So yeah, let's give it another buffer. Fuck it. The thing is, I don't even care about any of this stuff. This is so funny. I really don't even care. I just want to discard basically message, but whatever. Okay. What we're doing? Expected WebSocket connection found a const. Yeah, we don't need this to be const anymore. It's gonna be const now. Expect W8 found pointer to const 8. You're right. We don't want to take a pointer from it. Okay. No field or remember function named read int. Read the slice endian, read alloc. Discard all 64. Take int. Peak int. So we want to take int. Read bytes, no EOF. Take bytes, no EOF? No. Take array. Well, I mean, the no EOF stuff. Take bytes. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah. Take bytes signed. Oh, it's just a single byte. Okay, so it's not take bytes, just pick byte. Take array. Yeah, take array. Let's go. So let's see. Return the next n bytes from the string as an array, fitting in the buffer as necessary, and amassing the sync position n bytes. If there are fewer than n bytes left in the stream, error end of stream is returned instead, which is yeah, what we wanted with no EOF. Expected type optional found pointer. Why do you think that it? Oh, it does return a pointer. Oh, it returns a pointer from. Wait, does take int do something silly like that as well? No, it just returns the type. Okay, let's see what other mentions of array there are. Take array, function read array. There is no read array, so I'm required to do this then. Huh. Let's see. Read no EOF. I think it's just read. There's no read function in reader. God damn it. Read back. Read back limit. Read back all. Read slice all. Read slice short. What? Field buffer with the next buffer dot land bytes from the stream advancing sync position invalidates previously returned values from peak. Returns the number of bytes read, which is less than buffer dot land, if and only if the stream reached the end. What does short imply? What is a short error? Read failed. Read slice endian. Read alloc. Read, but it's not public. Hmm. So let's see. We read. Oh, there's a header that tells us. So this is a read all thing. Okay, so we need to read all. Read slice. Right? Read slice all. Oh, god damn it, I already forgot. Read slice endian. Read slice all. Yeah. Read slice all is what we want. Then writer. Oh, nice. Header dot write. And it calls write all. Expected IO writer found net stream writer. Right. Okay. Error, expected two arguments found 1, FMT join, serve 167. Let's see, what are we doing? FMT join wants stuff. Expected two arguments found 1. What do you want? Paths and then separator. Right. And the separator previously was in the string. Now it has to be... Probably want the separator to be the first argument at this point. Like this. Okay. Okay. Next. Except a mem alignment invariant. Extended type IO of writer from generic writer. Right, so var AW activate sections. Thank you. Oh, sorry, no, writer. Okay. Oh shit, that's another thing that doesn't work anymore. God damn it. God damn it. That was so nice and it doesn't work anymore. No. That was so freaking nice. Hmm. So we can't do this anymore. That is so sad. So we expect run to be able to error out and return out of memory. That's all the only thing we can do. Type out of memory, found something else. Right, because this used to return that error, right? Okay, so this is fixed. Let's continue. Surf the Zig 149. Except that const build found error. Right, this now needs to be something that we try. Surface no return. Oh, interesting. So catch fatal boom. Hmm. Okay, next. Error union type error build does not support field access in release. Catch fatal boom. CLI debug. Next. Oh, there we go. So now we are back to errors inside of flow. Flow syntax. Static string map is not indexable and not a range. That seems an interesting error to have. Where is that file type? Yeah. What's going on? This is static string map. So this is like dot values, dot items. I don't remember if it has dot items. Well, go to definition, go to definition, go to definition. What do you have for me? Values. Okay, let's see. File type error expected. Optional file type found const file type. Because we were grabbing them in a mutable manner. Why? This pointer does not seem necessary. What happens if I take it out? Accessor type file type found const pointer file type line 35. Oh wait. Oh, it was okay, I see. Like you updated one, but not the other. That kind of stuff. I just I did not look very far from what I was changing, but it seems the same, yeah. Do 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 do. Okay, we're back to with errors in my stuff. What super HTML template? The template error that we didn't catch when we were modifying super HTML originally, huh? Our tests don't test for everything. Okay, we're making progress. Man, is this a slog though? Holy shit. Woof. There is so much stuff. Do. Okay, let's continue, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna try to get to the end before I push these changes that I'm making, so that I do only one thing. Exit super HTML. What is wrong here? Template 1178. Result value render for error. Wait, where's this thing defined? Oh, it's a scripty thing. It's yeah, okay. What was the problem here? It expects a IO writer and it gets a generic writer. Yeah, fair. What is this thing? Error writer. Errors. Error writer is this guy. Yeah, this is not necessary anymore. Error writer doesn't even need to exist anymore. Oh man, without this generic shit, how much nicer everything is gonna be. Okay, but now we have broken a bunch of things in Super HTML. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fun. Shit, my local stuff doesn't fail. I don't have enough test coverage. That's on me. I guess I can look for all instances of the error writer. I can search for this stuff in the entire code base. Um, oh man, the fact that the template isn't generic over the writer anymore. Oh man, this is so good. Okay, hit status. Okay, so I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna Zig one fetch. Okay, I can do just Zig fetch. Fetch super HTML. Zig one build. Let's see how that goes now. Still bugs in super HTML. Or maybe no, maybe it's just us using it wrong. Yeah, I think it's us. Work here, expect IO, the writer from generic writer. Perfect. There we go. Out buff or buff writer GPA. Okay, so how is this? Var out allocating writer is gonna be allocating init GPA error one, same thing. If build mode is disk, we want to init the error buffer. Okay. Get written, get written, get written. Oh, I have out AW and then out row. Ouch. Oh well. Also, this needs to be an F. This also needs to be an F. Oh, look at this. Look at what's going on. We're not streaming. We should be streaming. We should be streaming to the file so we can stream zeros and be clever and do cool shit. But we're not doing this right now. Okay, let's see if we can do it. So we create a file, and then we need to basically get a writer for the file. So we need to... We can't do send file, but we can, I don't know, do something else. Let's see. What do we call it? without any buffer, and then we do. No, it's the reader that streams into the buffer. So it's out. Oh, wait a second. That's also a writer. I guess that there is no cool thing for us to do here. If this works, then I'm gonna keep it as is. Other problems? Oh wait, let's not skip the print formatting. We'll have to do it anyway, so might as well do it now. User declare identifier. Yep. Okay. Language, cast name, blah blah blah. Everything seems fine here. What's the next problem? Expected type IO generic writer. Really? What's going on here? Oh, the function is called VM. Okay. Where are we expecting a generic reader and writer? Because we're definitely not. Oh, this is the wait. So it's your and spawn one. Okay, one thing at a time. Go back to what we were doing before. Yeah, I think this error is kinda ass. These errors should not be trusted for now, at least. 1039. Okay, fix this. One, three, two, four. Hmm. You know what? We'll leave it as try. And then we put it here. Okay. Script expected out of memory interrupt and got something else. Yeah, there we go. So this was because I was using try to print that returns bright field, and that should turn into an out of memory. That is on me. So where did I do this change? Was it in build? No. Was somewhere in context. I might not have it open anymore. Can we see where this happened? think it was in page even. All right, there we go. Okay, making progress bit by bit, I guess. Hmm. Okay, we are at the wrong usage of F stuff. No, I do not believe that this is all there is to it. I don't believe that this is enough. Oh, also we have errors in scripty, but this is still based on our stuff. I think we have a try print somewhere. Like, let's see usages of try. Yeah, for example, this try here. This is wrong. And I'm sure there's a lot more of these going around. Just look at all the arrays out there. Do interfaces such as allocator have overhead for using a vtable, or is that handled like comp time? They do use a vtable. It is not handled like comp time, but an optimizing compiler has the ability to devirtualize those function calls. So I guess it depends on exactly what you're doing. In some situations, it will be able to devirtualize. In some others, it might not. There is a upcoming language feature to guarantee devirtualization. Well, it's not designed strictly for that, but there's a proposal that will also add the ability to Zig to devirtualize at the language level and guarantee that in certain situations basically there's going to be like a special built-in, and when you use the special built-in, you do get devirtualization. Obviously, there's going to be, I guess, rules associated with that. But yeah, it depends. Keep in mind that you don't want devirtualization all the time. For example, for allocators specifically, you know, devirtualization might mean that you get like some functions that get generated twice, and you don't want that all the time. So there's also that. Sometimes you do want you generally want runtime polymorphism. Like, it's not something that should be avoided at all costs. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm thinking that I should actually allow try, and then in scripty say that it can also give a write failed. But no, write failed, you don't know what that means. No, never mind. We need to necessarily do this. Okay, I'm sure there's more of this stuff to fix in here. These. So many instances. Do. A virtual function call is on 100th of the cost of a page allocation syscall. So for allocation, it matters less than something like IO. Yeah, and for IO, since we have buffering above the virtual call, it doesn't matter too much there either, I would say. Well, it matters way less than if we had the buffer after the vtable. Do. Ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-da-bum. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. You know what? Maybe they should be buff, and then we do const w equals like this. Yeah, that seems definitely a better choice. Okay, I'm not reading too much. I'm just pattern matching for an array list and managed of bytes, or some kind of array list of bytes. Beep 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 beep. You know what? I should just use search. There we go. Get briefing. Do you think you will finish today this stream? I genuinely have no idea. So I made a ton of progress, so I'm not too far from finishing, but I just do not know because I've upgraded pretty much all my dependencies. There isn't a lot left, but yeah. So who knows? Okay, let's add f reference trace. Let's start tracing this stuff. Let's see what happens. Okay, so we're getting undesirable error sets starting from render page. Render page makes us go into scripty. Oh, VM. VM. Huh. Lol, why does Twitch your donation goes to support the charity? Because Zig Software Foundation is a non-profit organization, and I kept a fundraiser open. And if you donate money, you don't give money to me. You give money to the Zig Software Foundation. That's how it works. Okay, sorry. Think you run your before and after beans through poop? I don't think I can run them through poop. Does Twitch still take 50%? No. All these things, when it's charity donations, they don't even take transaction fees. They're usually very very good when it comes to this stuff. Both Twitch and YouTube. Like I have a fundraiser active also on the YouTube channel for certain videos. Well, I should put it for all videos, but then I forget and then only some have it. But yeah, when you donate, it works. Then keep in mind, this is for donations to the ZSF. If you do a subscribe, like if you subscribe to my channel, that's a different story. That's not charity. Okay, 167 in VM, and this starts from working. Okay, let's start from working 977. So here we are running the super VM. Okay, that is not super interesting. And then, there we go. It's template shit. Evalvar. What's happening in template 938? Let's take a look. Oh, we're just invoking the virtual machine. And we're evaluating var. Still, this should not matter. This reference is not very interesting. What we want to see is which freaking context thingy are we going through? Because that's, I think, where this is happening. Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I had it here. There we go. Page built-in's link call. So page link is the curl pit. Page link. What are we doing in here? I mean, I know what we're doing. We're doing the bad thing necessarily. So that's the problem there. There we go. Look at this try write all. Anyways, does Zig have a specification? No. Zig is a V0 language. It does not have an official spec yet because the language is not fully designed yet. So we will have a specification. To tag V1 of Zig, one of the prerequisites is to have a specification. But we don't have one yet. What do we have here? Link call. Still, is there another sneaky try print somewhere that I'm not catching? Oh, yes, there is. Motherfucker. There we go. Have you heard of ZLS? Yes, I heard about it. What's a specification? A spec is a formal document that tells you the language mechanics, and language mechanics is a very generic term. I'm purposely not using like two specific terms, but it is the kind of document that you would want to read to implement another compiler, like to implement another Zig compiler from scratch, and make sure that code that is written for, let's call it the official Zig compiler, the one that the ZSF makes, and code written for your compiler end up producing the same behavior. And the spec defines what that means in great detail. And without a spec, what happens is that different compiler implementation diverge in what they do. And then you have, all the fun stuff that the C ecosystem has. C has a spec, by the way, also. So, like, a spec is not enough to prevent people from doing dumb stuff, but that's what it is. Okay, so this cannot be link call again. I fixed it. Dude, I swear to God, I fixed it. What do you want from me? Okay, line by line. No prints, no prints, no prints, no prints, no prints. Yes, print, but we catch return out of memory. Yes, print, but we catch return out of memory. Yes, print, but we catch return out of memory. And then we do string init, but this thing, could it error out? It could actually error out, but it does not, so... You're lying to me. This is lying to me. That is not good. Why is this thing not working? I'm going insane right now. Okay, Zig is clearly lying to me, so there is no point. Yeah, we see a call for evolve, but render page. I mean, it is in render page, so it's a page. Well, no, we don't know what it is. Also, this is the format string stuff, so that's a different one. Maybe we should fix these ones, and then this one will stop itching. Also, we can do this. You know what? What if I do this? What do you think about that? It still gives me the same bullshit. Page built-ins, link call. Never mind. I don't know what's going on. Okay, let's do the other ones. Okay, FMT thingy. Oh, this one is also bad. Oh no, this one is also bad because I think this one also intertwines with Ziggy. Sorry, with Scripty. The fact that we're going through the VM, it means that it's metaprogramming. Let's see, invalid format string S for type root HTML safe. Yeah, okay, so here's what we can do. I mean, we definitely need to go through all of context and fix it. There is just no way around it. We 100% have to do this. We 100% have to do this. There is just no way of escaping this fact. There's an unlock print, which we are trying and we can't try anymore. Actually, can we? I think an unlock print can... Yeah, it's still going to return an allocation error. That's good. Were those messages from runtime or compile time? That's compile time. These messages are compile errors. When you have a successful build, you see, well, what you saw in the beginning, that was the nice thing running. But since I have build errors, then it immediately goes into the build errors. Error format is not marked pub. Declared here. Oh, that's on me. Yeah, so there's this pile of errors. What is the problem? Main function expected 3 arguments. Found 1. Oh, path table. Man, there's so many things that need to be fixed. Oh no, the maybe sap. Shit. Oof. Assert maybe set dot land later lower than 2. If maybe set dot land. Hmm. This thing. No, now the errors have changed. So now, now we have unlocked ourselves a little bit. That's nice. Okay. Worker. Found 3. This one did not have anything inside. So that's the maybe sap. This one did not have anything inside. Here we're still thinking that we need this stuff. What do we think this? Did I not update for HTML? I did. Why are we thinking that this should be generic? Oh, it's the init function. Maybe that's what I forgot to fix. No, I did not. I definitely did not. This is a writer now. What is going to happen to array list of writer? I think, well, where you previously were using an array list and then you were doing dot writer, do this. Do var buff is std io dot writer dot allocating dot init. So the allocating writer is basically the same concept. And then on it, you do init once an allocator, and then you can create it from a slice. You can create it from an array list, and then you can do, I guess you can turn it into an array list. But then you can do get written to get the written bytes, and then you can do sorry, of course. Then you can do dot writer to get the writer interface. If you watch this VOD and you rewind a little bit, you can see me do this like 1,000 times, and I have 1,000 times more to do it still. And by the way, I have to say one thing. I think this is what you should be doing. I haven't used the new API enough to say that with full iron certainty, so be careful. Jacob Lee was also suggesting to do that, so you know, it's not just me saying this, but it might be that in some situations, at least, maybe something else would be the preferred choice, and I haven't learned that yet. But for now, that's what I'm doing with my code. Let's update SuperMD, because SuperMD depends on SuperHTML. So let's see how that goes. Let's see if this improves things at all. Yeah, I think it does. Okay, let's go continue. Worker 391. That is very nested. Unfortunate. Root. What is the problem? Unable to resolve time value. What? Excuse me? Oh, it's because this is supposed to be a string. It was a string before, and now I made it a byte. Oh god. Make it a slice. What can I say? What can I do? What can I say? Pointer to 8 is a slice? Oh shit. Really? Can I just do that? I think you're right. Let's go. Wait, you're right. This was a comp time assert. Okay, so the whole point is this. This was a comp time assert that we could do before because this thing was hard coded in comp time. No, now it's not anymore. No, that's not the solution. Basically, this used to be a free check. Then now it's not free anymore, but I mean, that's fine, I guess. But like previously we could do this at comp time. The problem is that now we just can't, and there's nothing we can do. Expected, consuate found, consuate, so that doesn't work. This obviously doesn't work either. I guess I can do this. This works. I think the new line wasn't bad. Yeah, of course it works. I mean, it's a single U8 and I'm making a slice of U8. But I use using and compare. You're right. You're right, because this is the old stuff. Man, I'm changing code and I'm not doing a good job at it. You're right. This is FJ. What is it? fj.sep. You know, I'm dumb. You're right. This refactoring is driving me insane. Let's see. FNT. Nothing. F. Remember function access for arguments? Yeah, I know. Okay. How many bugs are you counting on? Like, are you asking me what's my prediction in terms of bugs after the refactoring? I'm actually kind of aiming to get 0. No joke. I'm expecting this to work as it worked before, exactly after I'm done with it. Okay, this file is done, finally. Path table. Maybe SAP. Yeah, this whole thing needs to go away eventually. What else? 32. What do you want? Wait, what's the problem there? Oh, yeah, I need to go into page. Okay. Other page scan file FMT, expected for arguments found 3. Oh, this one is the one that has the maybe SAP. Hmm. No module Zig available. What? Okay, template. The other template. Okay. Now we're back to scripty complaining. We have some more format errors. Way less than before though. So we did go through some of them. Variant format. Member functions by the arguments not 3. There you go. This is fine. What's next? Path table. This one seems fine. This one does not seem fine. Options is discarded, but argument is not. Oh no. Path FMT wants no format specifier. Well, there you go. Okay. Now you don't get one anyway. So now you're good. Ambiguous format string. Specify F call method or any to skip it. Well, where are we seeing this? Page 856. Yep. Yep. Okay. Ambiguous format string. Page 949. Yeah, let's try to search for curlies in quotes. Well, we got 2 good examples. What do we have at the top here? Work here. 1089. Oh yeah. I guess I can go from the bottom now. Except for this one that still makes no sense. What is this? This a template in Super HTML. VM. Oh, this is okay. So this is inside scripty. Fatal. What's happening? What am I doing wrong here? Root 248. Oh. Oh no. Fatal message. Fatal message bar contains fragment. Args any type. FMT args. F is fragment. Okay, so Q query. There is a reason why I did this. Because they're all components. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. Um, fuck, 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 fuck. Is this format here? No, it's missing something. No, where did it go? Oh no, it's right. It's in here. Okay, wait a second. So how do you print a component? Let it go just past format fragment. Well, okay, there's like format query, but there's no in format fragment. There we go. But there's no format. Where's format? Period. So it doesn't have format anymore. I think this thing used to have format. And then it doesn't anymore. So what do you do? I guess you have to use Alt, right? So you do std fmt.alt. The type is was it URI component, something component, and the function is format query, lowercase alt. All right, makes sense. Okay, what std URI. Okay, so enum literal. What do you mean? Oh, what? Okay, fine. Wait, I think we're missing something. Where's the value? Alt context any type. Oh, okay, right. So there we go. There we go. Okay. And then format path. Okay, did we do all of them? I think we did all of them. Are we happy? We're not happy. Why are we not happy? Oh wait, path was more complicated. Do the path. Okay, let me undo just to see what was there before. Yeah, the path. Okay. So here we're going through the VM, here we're not. Route 298. Oh shit. We did it again. Do. 216. I did do 216. What do you want from me? I did do 216. Oh. 353. Oh shit. Again. Okay. Okay. So we should be good now. What's next? Variant 144 less than? What? What's going on? Ambiguous format string. Okay. Root 692. Sort pages. But sorts. What? This does not print anything. Oh no, man. None of these makes sense. Less than? What? This reference trace is out of whack. That is unfortunate. So here's what we do. We do this. I went past the print. Where? Buff print in FMT? Oh, in less than? Really? What? No, this less than does not have a print. Oh, this one does have a print. You're right. God damn it. Why is there a print in less than? I know why. Why we don't talk about it. Thank you. Okay. Another less than? Debug 56. Why do all my less than functions print? God damn it. Again, we don't talk about it. 76. Guess this is an F and this is an F as well. No, the second one is an F, the first one is not. Okay. Sir one root 5. Oops. It's 579. Oh yeah. Then yeah. I forgot that I did that thing, and so I mean, look, it's understandable to not believe that that a freaking less than function would print inside of it. Oh yeah. It has to do with dates. I think I print because of something silly that has to do with dates. I think. Or no, I think some of them. Oh no. Then when I'm sorting other things like posts, I need to reconstruct their path because I'm sorting them by path. And so I think that's another reason why I do that. 784. Okay, so now we're only left with these things. These are actually borked though as reference traces. These are actually borked. Me do believe. Note, write failed is not a member of the destination set. Oh. Scripted types. Yeah, no. So you see, there is. It is correct here to say that there is something that is sneaking in a write failed. That is fair. It is guaranteed. It's just that the reference trace says nothing useful about it. Because it needs to point at something in context. And nothing here points at anything in context, and that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Okay, so we're left with context basically. What do we do in context? With this, we want to look at print. It's going to go file by file and look at prints. So alloc print is fine. Okay, print. Front matter analysis error. This guy prints. This is not in a built-in. It's a print in the built-ins that can cause trouble for us. So like here we catch. Here's a buff print. We even catch unreachable. Well, no, we should not catch unreachable. Oh, but we know that it's big enough. Okay, so that's fine. Buff print catch unreachable. Buff print catch unreachable. Fine. Print link prefix. Oh, there we go. Look at this dirty try. So this was a bad boy, and we caught it. This one is fine. This one is a bad boy. This one is a try and a bad boy. Oh my god. print. Okay, so this file is done. Site. Out of memory, that's the only one. Okay, array, no print, asset. There we go. Oh no, this still has a thing like this. Ooh. It's unfortunate that I can't try anymore printing. I'm just double checking that the buff prints have F. They do. Okay, so okay, so this one is fine. Float doesn't do anything. Slice doesn't do much. Template. What's a context template? What is a context template? Oh, it's the global evaluation context, of course. Print link prefix takes in a writer and return write failed because it wants to try print inside of it, understandably. Oh, that's it. Okay. Doc types. That's not a thing that we care about right now. Okay. We have done a lot of work, like a lot of work. There's still some things that it doesn't like though. Invalid string s for type HTML safe. Oh, we did see an HTML safe thing. I think it was in page somewhere or in asset. I think it was in asset. This is not it, but we might as well. So the only one that had HTML safe, it's string and it does have an F. So I don't know what it is bitching about. Yeah, maybe it's this highlighting stuff that we are calling, that we might be calling. Yeah, we're definitely calling from scripted. Amigos format, but we don't know how or why. This sucks. This really sucks. Okay, so when it says ambiguous, this is ambiguous format string. Man, at least if I could see the format string, that could help. That wouldn't solve it, but at least that could help. Maybe it's time to hack this on the library to do this. You know what? I think it's time. So are we? We seem stuck. This might not have been a good idea what I just did. Wait a second. Let's see if we can do this in a better way. Okay, let's now do this. Okay, let's turn it into that. Does this make things any better? Yeah, it does, huh? Is that a comp time block? It's not a comp time block. It's a compile error, but it's not a comp time block. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. It has to be compile log, doesn't it? Do-do-do. Yeah, does the command line have this signature? No, it does not, right? It's just FMT. It's variadic. Oh, but no, it does. It has its own framing around it, so never mind. Doesn't matter. Do do do. Are we doing fine? I think I might be running also out of disk space in my system. Let's take a look. Because this happened in the past. Disk space analyzer. Oh, start scanning. I don't need this. Wait. I can use the simpler one. Free 2 gigabytes. Oh god. It's funny how sometimes it gives me permission denied, which I don't get why it does that, but okay, let's build. I'm confused why these compile changes are necessary when reference trace has the line that's broken. Reference trace does not have the line that's broken. I can show you. So reference trace here is pointing at what? Template, VM. This is all my stuff. But the problem is that what I can tell you is that that's not it. This is not where the error is, because this is code that all it does. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is. I'm gonna test this. I'm gonna check it in a moment. But here, what this error is saying is that Scripty is seeing a callback that returns an error that isn't part of the error set. It sees that. Oh shit! Here's the problem. It sees that we have a built-in implementation that returns an error that isn't in the error set. And actually, by reading this, we can see that I typoed an error out of memory somewhere, and that's what it's complaining about. But here's the funny thing, okay? Look at this, out of memory with an lowercase m. That's my typo. Now, look at the files that it tells us about. vm.zig, template.zig, template.zig, vm.zig, vm, worker, standard library, worker, serve, main, standard library. Okay, now let's go find out where this thing is actually. It's inside search context page. That's where I did the type. And the problem is, the fuck is this shit? This compile log is not great. This compile log is definitely not great. Let me remove it. Oh, empty string. Oh, right, because we only see the format specifier, not the entire string. Right, that's what it is. Okay, so long story short, as you can see, the typo was in none of the files mentioned in the reference trace. Why is that? Is Zig bad? I'm doing a ton of cross module metaprogramming, and I'm probably doing something really hard for the compiler to track. Should the compiler track it? I think so. But yeah, this is not your normal code. This is me doing hardcore metaprogramming bullshit and paying the consequences for it. What's the problem? Create file type static. Okay. Wait, now it's a prefix and a suffix. Wait, the other side, what's going on? Static create. Wait, did I change this? Did I turn this into a suffix or something by mistake? I'm confused. Same. Hello, I'm building a packet sniffer in Zig and trying to decide on the UI approach. Would you recommend keeping it simple with an immediate mode GUI in Zig or splitting it into a Zig backend with a separate front end? Beyond Mac and C importing C libraries like Raylib, are there other GUI resources? Yes, there is one that is Zig native and it's being actively developed and it's pretty good, and it's DVUI. We did a Zig Showtime episode on DVUI also, if you want to learn more about it. It's pretty good. I highly recommend you start by checking this one out. And then if you don't like it, look for something else. But this would be my first recommendation. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. They would never show up in the reference trace. The problem is that the function returned the error that is returned, and there wasn't a problem until the try. Yeah. So you didn't get any note about what function was called. Yeah, it's like something that needs, like, I don't know, a value trace or something, but maybe that's too specific. Whatever. It's okay. We figured it out. We survived this. Create guest file type. And now the problem is that this one is static and static. I guess we do the prefix. What do? We do the prefix or the suffix? I don't know, man. Guess static. No, but everything else. Oh my god, this is a suffix. This is a prefix. This is both. This is a suffix. God damn it, you're a suffix. What's going on? Okay, we go suffixes only. I made my. Oh wait, this one. I need to put it there. Suffix only. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Not FNT join expected. Wait, FNT join. Oh, oh shit! What did I? Oh shit! Oh shit! Was it FNT join also above? No. Okay. FMT join. Yeah, no, you don't put it here. Oh my god! Good thing that Oof. Okay. Man, that would have been a disaster. Error write file is not part of the destination error set. God damn it. Okay, so we're back. We're back with having something that returns write failed that gets analyzed in there. Okay, I have the solution. I have the solution. So here's how we do it. Let's look at context. What do we have in here normally? We have all of context normally, which is good. Let's do this. We do pub const call error is an error set that contains out of memory interrupt and that's it. And now we go slap this on every callback. Honestly, I could have done this earlier and this would have solved it. This function doesn't even return an error. I mean, if it doesn't return an error, then fine. Is there a macro to do this? I think, man, I forgot how to do macros in this editor. Oops. God, Page has a ton of logic, huh? You don't get it, Great Hatter. There's a pleasure in inflicting this on you guys. Okay, I think we're done with this file. Okay, let's see. Q is and then how do you replay a macro? And then how do you exit from a macro? Also, music died. What? What happened? Okay, serious music. So how do you record a macro and then how do you replay it? Helix to key map. How does it work? Macro, 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 macro. Q, uppercase Q, start, stop a macro recording. Lowercase q, play recorded macro. Okay. So, uppercase q. No. Oh god, I forgot. Uppercase paste. And then shift q. Recorded. What a shitty macro did I record? Let me re-record it. Okay, we record from here. Down, down, down. Left, 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 left. Oh, god damn it. Shift. The fact that I'm shift. Right, that's what I want. Sorry. The fact that I am recording a macro throws me off. Okay. Stop recording a macro. Record a macro. Record a macro. No. Next. Record a macro. Down, down, down. Left, 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 left. Shift P. Okay. Next Q. Next Q. Next Q. Next Q. Okay. It's not too bad. Did something bad. Oh, this one doesn't have the error. This one does not. Okay. Now let's see if we can get like a complaint sooner than that. Okay, now we're getting different errors we can do without the reference trace. String Zig, expected iota writer found generic writer. Okay, we unlocked a bunch of stuff. Okay, this is solved page. 7 errors. Oh, let's go. Here's a sneaky try. I'm guessing this is something I forgot to update. Here's a try. Catch return. Because the new writer interface returns write failed. And my writer is in memory writer. It's an allocating writer. And previously, when we were using an array list writer, that one, since it was generic, it had out of memory as the only possible error. But now that we have a non-generic interface, then the error doesn't match anymore, even though I am printing in memory. It's the same error. It is not the same error. One is out of memory. The other one is write failed, I think. Now all writers return write failed, even in memory writers. Previously, ArrayList.writer would return out of memory. But now I'm not even using that. Now I'm switching to writer.allocating. FMT thin size bean doesn't exist anymore. The fuck was that? BI? Really? Let's go. Import a side of module path. The fuck are you smoking? That's not true. Expected for arguments found 3. I guess this was an empty one because otherwise it would have done something about it. I hope. Except that writer got a generic writer. Oh, there we go. So this is another situation where we are doing the change. Oh, here's also what I want to do. This goes up here. This goes up here. Context stuff goes where we do context. Path goes where we do path. Utils goes where we do utils. There we go. I like edicts as well. I like it. I don't have any trouble with it. I get it. It works. It used to crash, but now it doesn't crash anymore. Putties. Oh no. Zeit? Now we are getting into errors in Zeit, and then we have some more format string errors. Function specific arguments found 1. Then we have a format inside of super HTML root 14. Really? Yeah. Look at this shit. True. Oh, there has been movement. Last I heard is that they were committing to some LSP. Sorry, not LSP. Some Lisp. For plugins. So now we have errors in Zeit, and then we have some bad format strings. And wait, is that really all we have? There might be some. I suspect there might be something else. But let's fix the format strings. What's your problem with the format string? Expected S, but then we got HTML safe. God damn it, and it's still the same thing. So we have a format string where we're using HTML safe. Oh, you know what? Actually, for this time, this might be it. I bet you that it is actually Super HTML line 740. This time it's correct. Yep. I shouldn't have broken anything. Okay, so we have Zeit, and then we have this in context asset. Now, is that an HTML safe thing or is it something else? Well, 152. I guess we're gonna find out. Oh, so silly. I forgot to put F there. Okay, so that was one. The other one was in page. Wait, and then HTML 1537. Okay, so yeah, it is inside. Okay, so we did this. $296. No. Sorry, 646. Okay. 655. Okay, rest seems fine. Okay, we're left with the Zeit one. Oh, man, this might really be it. This might really be it. Let's go fix Zeit. TZ info with a file reader. Does leader div give you the completion errors from ZLS? Yeah, I should. I don't have. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. It does. I usually navigate with just left and right bracket though. I normally don't look at the list of errors that way. So So here's the problem. So Zite wants to read this file, and he wants to put this thing inside a time zone, but then the time zone, should the time zone have its own buffer for reading the goddamn file? I don't know, maybe not, because I don't know what the reading pattern is. Maybe it reads the entire freaking thing at once, or maybe there's like a clever way of sticking around so you don't, I don't know. Just for making it work for now, let's do this. What's the problem now? No field or memory function named read struct in file reader. Ah, there we go. So there's the fact is that Zite is not updated, so there's more breakage in times in it, of course. Yeah. What's read struct now? Take struct, I think. Right, yeah. Error no field or memory function take struct in SF in FS file reader. Oh fuck. Right. Oh, it's a reader. Oh my god, yeah. You're right. I mean, I could have, I could have thought about what this thing is doing mechanically. Also could have read the name. I didn't do either thing. The problem is that we're passing it the wrong thingy, the bad thingy. We're passing it. Okay, so if we save it like this, then it's gonna complain about what we feed to it. Complaining about what we feed to it. Yes, expected type by your reader found a fast file reader. Okay, so that was that line from before, so it wasn't too bad. Yeah, a few. So I think here we have two problems, right? I guess I accept a file reader there, and then I make the interface in here. What else am I supposed to do? Or wait a second, because parse. Oh, wait. Maybe there is an answer to this problem. File reader. Oh, this one can be const. It doesn't need to be. Wait, no, it cannot be const. I think the problem is that we are not extracting the interface, so that's why we don't see the complaint. Var file reader equals f.reader. Let's give it a buffer. And then we give it the actual interface. Guess it's called the interface. Yeah. Okay, and so with this guy should be happy because we need an actual reader that can do text struct. Are we happy now? Memory function expected 2 arguments, found 1. What? Text struct, reader, comtime type, endian. Also, this returns a T, not a pointer to T. So no need for this. Endianness. I don't know. The native endianness? I don't know what what did the old one do by default. I think it was the native endianness, right? We have built in. Yeah. Where's the Indian S? Oh no, we don't have it here. Where do we have it? It's always big endian, but the previous, so before I made changes to this file, this was doing just read struct. Does read struct do big endian by default, while the old one? I guess we can answer this question. We can go peek, right? Yeah. Was the generic reader in here? No. Where's the Zig code? But what do you mean? We should know, right? We just need to preserve the previous behavior. Read more code. Okay. Header magic DZIF bad header blah 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 version different than 2. Oh, there we go. Target CPU endian different than endian big. Byte swap all fields. Okay, this is probably not a good idea, but let's just do this. Okay. I should do the opposite. Okay, oh, because this was reading, the original one was reading natively automatically. Okay. God, so close and yet so far. Pass big and delete the if. Okay. What's the next problem? Read int. There's no take int. Really? Um. There is take int. What's the problem then? Oh, that's why I couldn't do go to definition because of the any type bullshit. Right. Okay, so this is done. Let's see what the next problem is. Read byte. Is it take byte? Yep. Read no EOF. We probably don't need the reference trace anymore. Read no EOF. This is read all, I think. Read slice all. No, just read slice maybe. Let's see. Read slice all. Yeah, that's what we want. Oh, that was the only one. Okay. Next, read until delimiter. This one, I don't know. Take sentinel. Returns a slice of the next bytes of buffer data from the stream until sentinel is found. Advancing the sync position. Returned slice has a sentinel. Invalidates previously returned release from peak. You can use take delimited. Limiter. Take delimiter inclusive, exclusive. Delimited is not there. There's take sentinel. Let's look at the code here. Where is it? Oh no, it was here. Time zone. So we are reading. I don't understand this function. Wait a second. Take sentinel. Calls peak sentinel. None of these things want to read into a buffer that I own. What do we do with that data after the fact in Zeit? Let's see. Time zone. So we have this buffer that only lives in here. Okay, so we can call just a silly peak. Oh, sorry, just a silly take. But also the buffer needs to be big enough, right? While this is this puts stuff in footer data buff. There's over large buffer, over large footer. Oh, so we know that it's not bigger than that. So instead of doing this, I can do reader, take sentinel, no buffer. What is the error? String too long is the same. Nice. Let me just double check. Yep. Perfect. So we're using internal buffer. Man, this API is so much better. Okay, it's a bit of a pain to change how you think about it. But if you think about it, it's kind of dumb that you keep copying, like you copy stuff from the stream into the internal buffer of the reader. And then you copy that buffer, the data from that buffer into another fucking buffer. But if that other buffer only needs to be very short-lived, like you just want a temporary view on that stuff, just leave it in the original buffer. That's awesome. Okay, so we are good. well, with this stuff. Next. There's another read until delimiter. No, that was it. I didn't save. Okay. Skip bytes. Okay, what's skip bytes? Drop. Skip bytes doesn't exist. Discard. Just discard. Just discard. Oh, we did limit. Oh, is there like a discard all? Default discard. Stream exact. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, wait, because limit is not... sorry, I didn't check. Oh, shit. Dot limited. Yeah, because it doesn't do... Like, I need to assert that is... well, not assert, but I need to say that if it's... But wait. God damn it, it is there. You said, why wasn't it right next to the other? God damn it. Okay. Next one. Discard all, I guess, doesn't need limited, does it? It's just an N, yeah. We built Zin. It seems that we built Zin. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. This is amazing. I didn't know that we even had green prints in the build. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, it seems to run a little bit. Well, I guess now it's time to... We have a new zine. I should have saved a copy of the older zine, but I guess I can download it if I want. So I can also do this zine. Well, no. Zig build. Release fast. Let's make a release fast build. And let's see what happens with my personal blog. It used to be 7 milliseconds was the lower limit. It would like when run it in Hyperfine, it would do 7 and a little bit above, like between I think 7 and 10, 7 and 12, or something like this. So let's see where we get now. Oh shit, we don't build in release fast. What's happening? Wait, did I? Oh, I did a dump. Ignore me. I just did a dump. Hey, two-step. Yeah, I should take a look. I can give you some feedback now if you want in voice. So there's a problem with your PR because, well, or rather, it's a complicated situation because I understand what you want, but also what you want causes another unwanted side effect. So right now, if you don't have AFLCC, it complains. But then what you do is you silence the complaint on AFLCC and you just fail to produce the artifact. So if you're somebody who doesn't know about the behavior, it's surprising that the thing ended up not generating any fuzzer executable because of silently because of a lack of a system dependency. And also at the same time, I think that in your project, hey Taco Bandit, thank you for the $5 to the ZSF. So I think that in your project, you want to have the flag anyway because you don't want your users like your dependency. Sorry, your project is a parser library, right? Sorry for everybody for the tour. It's gonna be short, I promise. GitHub.com. What's going on? Come on. GitHub.com. Christoph IT. ZigAFL kit. Yeah, so your project is a parser, and if you don't put fuzzing, where is it? No, this is the PR. I want the issue. If you don't put fuzzing behind a flag, what happens is that, like, if you look at your build script, where's your fuzzing stuff? So if you don't put this behind a flag, you will force everybody to download ZigAFL kit. And in turn, well, no, they have to download ZigAFL kit anyway, but ZigAFL kit is very small, so it doesn't matter. But you force them to download all of AFL++ every single time. And keep in mind that having fuzzing at your disposal is a thing that you only do as the developer. Nobody else is gonna fuzz your stuff for you. So, how can I say? They don't want AFL++ to use your library for pretty much any value of them. So this is my suggestion: is I think that you really want to keep this. I was plenty of other people's code. Yeah, but do you fuzz it through their stuff? I mean, you're a contributor at that point. My point is that if you're making a library that you want people to use as users, this dependency is basically a development only dependency. I guess that's another way of putting it. AFL++ is not a real dependency of your thing. That's my point. Okay. Okay, we have Zine. Let's see what happens. I should get also Zine old, but let's see. Christoph IT. Hyperfine. Can we have an hyperfine with just a Zine release? Okay, let's go. Uh-oh, it's slower. It's pretty much where it was. Okay, Zine is more or less as fast as it was before. Yeah. That's where we were before, that's where we are now. More or less. But well, no but. There's nothing much that has changed really. Maybe with the rest of, once the rest of the stuff comes in, it will make a bigger difference. But for now, this is it. Is it the same? Well, I guess we can test this. Let me download a build of old Zine from the website. Or what do we do? I guess I could do git magic, but might as well just download github.com, Christoph IT, Zine, releases, Arch macOS. Okay, it's downloads Zine. Slightly better, maybe. I mean, eh. Oh, so previously this one ran faster. Now new Zine ran faster. It's the same thing. I'm asking a dumb question. What would be the best thing to build with Zig? I want to learn it, but I usually learn by building fun stuff. CLI tools are a good thing to do. I wrote a static generator. This is what you are seeing me work on right now. You can attempt some other more ambitious project as long as you don't try to buy too much right off the bat. So for example, you could do some audio stuff. If you've never done audio stuff, Zig is a great language to learn how to do that stuff. It's complicated though to get things off the ground when you're doing audio or video or both. So don't aim to make, right off the bat something super complicated, like even just an application that can open a audio stream from your microphone and play the sound back to you, and maybe apply a filter. That it's already plenty. So here's another. So that's another example. Okay, so we ported Zine over to the new stuff, and and we didn't gain much, but we have positioned ourselves better when it comes to when the next IO stuff is gonna come. I think there might be some changes that I might be able to make in Zine to make it better, but probably nothing crazy, nothing major. Okay, so this was it. This is the end of my stream, man. It's been almost 7 hours. This has been 6 hours and 46 minutes of refactoring, of porting everything over to the new API. God damn it, man. What a thing. And I'm not really done yet, because now I need to finalize everything. I need to PR flow syntax, PR Zeit, then update Zine. Oof. So there's still more, but we got a working executable, so that's already amazing. You know what? I'm gonna go in Discord and talk about that I was able to pull it off. Today I ported Zine to WriterGate. Took only 6 hours 45 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So thank you all. Look, it is what it is. But now that we're done with the boring stuff, tomorrow I'm gonna be able to do more fun stuff, like bug fixes and adding new features. Somebody was asking for oh, by the way, did Two-Step did you reply about my comment on your application? Build flag seems like it makes more sense. Okay. So yeah, new features. Somebody was asking for a way of having code blocks where purposely there is no syntax highlighting. So we should support that, etc. So thank you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Let me see if there's anybody to raid. Anybody doing Zig? If it's not Zig, I'm not raiding. If it's not Zig, I am not raiding. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the case. So you know what? I should search for Zig. I should stop scrolling and I should search Zig. Yeah, I'm the only one. Okay.